morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, all of them, everywhere, wherever you happen to find us. Thank you for doing so, and let's not leave out 97.3 HD2 and YouTube. If you see me on YouTube, it's very zoomed in. What's up with that? I feel like it's very close to me. Hello. Can you see all the individual wrinkles, the ones I was talking about a couple weeks ago? Yeah, good. Get in there close. Get a really good glimpse of the beauty that radiates off of me here this morning. Man, it's good to be back. Honestly, it is. I mean, the alarm part, not so much. It's horrible realizing that at 47 years of age, I'm still essentially a teenager at heart. That after being off for like a day or so, I am right back to sleeping to basically between 9 and 10 every day. Every day. I get up and be like, oh, the show would have been over if I was at work. And then I come right back here and back to that 4:30 wake-up time. It's awful. I don't know what's wrong with me. You would think that at some point in life you would stop sleeping till 10 o'clock. But no, that's just who I am. That's how I'm wired. Horrendous. I'm embarrassed, but it was super awesome at the same time. Great time. It was good to catch up with you guys briefly last week and tell you about Brock's wedding, which really was fun. The donkey.
And that's really how it's come across, is that it was Brock's wedding. He keeps talking about it, referring to it as our wedding, and it's been a lot of wedding talk while you were gone. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I believe it, and I can understand why. You could see, to be fair to Brock, that he and his family poured themselves into this wedding. All of them did. And you know, Haley it was her wedding. It was all about her in the moment. I'll give that to Brock. He didn't make it about him at all. It really was about Haley and Dylan, and it was a really great time. And Zane, apparently, who just showed up at the wedding.
That was pretty funny.
More, it's not just that he showed up at the wedding. It's that he like
heard all about
stayed and like hung with Brock.
And he sent us pictures, and he made here's the thing about it. It's a two-parter. The second part will be this week because it covers you. So we heard all about it.
Yeah, he'll probably get into how uncomfortable I was with the fact that he was there for longer than like 30 seconds. So. Well,
I asked Brock when he told Molly and Haley that he invited a stranger to the wedding, and he said they still don't know.
Yeah, I would believe that. Yeah, and there's no way they would. Yeah. You know what I left out? Because I did the whole top 10 rank thing or top 5 rank thing, but I kind of forgot the number of people there that were not dressed for a wedding. That kind of blew me away. People wearing just like jeans and a shirt. It's like, wow. Generally, suits are, at least a shirt and jacket and tie.
He did tell you he thought it was going to be a little bit of everything.
Oh, there was. There was a little bit of everything and more cowboy hats than I've ever seen at a wedding also. So, yeah, that was fun. And just being in Montana was great. Did I tell you I actually went to the restaurant that Divish recommended to me? It was awesome. He told me to go to this Mexican place outside of Glacier, East Glacier, and we went, and it was phenomenal. Huckleberry margaritas, which are everything in Montana is huckleberry, and it's all great. Glacier National Park, A+. Saw bears, 2 bears, 3 bears maybe, grizzly bears, which were phenomenal up close. We were at a safe distance, but still pretty close to it, which was cool. And then we saw Meese, got close, too, took like this long walk and got really close to this bull moose, which apparently is super dangerous. He didn't seem all that dangerous. He was mostly just eating leaves. And then a mom and her baby walking around and eating in the water and stuff. It's pretty cool. Montana's one heck of a state. So all of that was just amazing. Watched Lord of the Rings with the kids. Just everything was awesome this week. It's good to be back, though. And something tells me today and really the next few weeks leading up to training camp are going to be all Mariners pretty much all the time. And if they do what they did this weekend, that will make it super easy and fun to talk about them. We got a lot of different subjects for this morning. I'll start here with you, Lyle, because I feel like picking on you this morning. How are you? Good morning, Lyle. I haven't talked to you yet.
I'm good. What about you?
I'm great. And by the way, Lyle is going to be stepping into the spotlight this morning and every day this week at 9 o'clock as he will preview some potential Mariners draft picks. Yeah, draft profiles from Lyle. Remember, the Mariners have the number 3 pick in the draft, and Lyle knows about these guys. So he is going to be previewing those at 9 o'clock every day this week, starting today, which I'm looking forward to. Lyle, you know who Bill Clinton is?
It'd be funnier if I said no.
I just wanted to check. You do know who Bill Clinton is?
I do.
Do you know who James Carville is?
No.
Okay, so James Carville was a big political strategist for Bill Clinton, and he became pretty famous because he's really loud and outlandish, and he's like a Cajun-ish guy from Louisiana. He's got a thick accent, and he, as a big Democratic strategist, was married to a big Republican strategist, I think Maureen Dowd, and they made a TV show about them and stuff. So he's like a big famous name. But he got really famous at first for using this phrase in the 1992 election when Bill Clinton beat George Bush Sr. And the phrase was very simple. It's the economy, stupid. And every time they thought that maybe that race would be about something else, as their strategist, he would remind them, no, it's the economy, stupid. And they would just focus on it because there was a recession at that time, and they focused on the economy. And this, political outsider at that time, a governor from Arkansas, managed to beat the sitting president because he just focused on one thing, the economy. And I was thinking about that this weekend as I was watching the Mariners. Not that they're the economy, but I guess I had to make a little change to the saying. It's the pitching, stupid. We could talk all we want about the hitting, about the management, about the decision-making, about the offseason moves, about the, going the other way, or small ball, or home runs, or walks, or whether or not strikeouts matter. All the various conversations we've had over the last couple of years about the Mariners. But you just got to remember, at the end of the day, the reason this team is here, the reason they're in position, the reason they're anything is because of the pitching, stupid. That's it. That's how this team is built. That's why they're contenders. And they're going to be contenders, even though they're 7 games out still in the West. They're leading that last wild card spot. Why? Because it's the pitching, stupid. They just shut out a team in a full 3-game series. I can't ever even recall seeing that. Maybe I have and I don't remember. It's not even just that they shut out the Pirates over the course of 27 innings. It's that Pittsburgh didn't even threaten. Guys, they didn't even threaten. They didn't even have a threat. How many guys did they even get to third base the whole week? Any? I don't think they had any players on third base the whole weekend. You could look it up. Maybe they had one. Maybe I missed one.
I felt like the 4th of July game that I was at.
Maybe one.
Maybe got into trouble in like the 2nd or 3rd.
Maybe they had a runner on 3rd. They barely had runners on 2nd. They had 10 hits the whole weekend? And most of them were just dinky singles. Guys, they didn't do squat. Why? Well, partially because that Pittsburgh offense isn't just abhorrent, but also because the Mariners pitching is freaking dominant. Dominant. Dominant on Friday. Castillo, dominant on Saturday. George Kirby, dominant again yesterday. How about this? Lyle sent this over. That is 3 starts in a row now for Kirby. Over those starts, 18 2/3 innings, 2 earned runs. Dominant. That's a sub 2 ERA? Sub 1 ERA. That's a sub 1 ERA. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he looks like he's back.
He sure does. And remember, we were worried about him getting strikeouts. You know what he gets strikeouts on? His freaking fastball. He just throws his fastball by you. So, yeah, George looks dominant, and he knows how important it is when this rotation just starts rolling one guy after another.
It's, we just come out hot from the get-go. We establish the heater early. We get guys off balance, and just I think just staying on the attack is the biggest thing. I don't think anybody let up at all this week. And, yeah, it was just really cool.
Mary Matlin, by the way, not Maureen Dowd. Sorry, I confused the two. Mary Matlin is the one who's married to James Carville, but you still get the point. It's the pitching, stupid. It really is. And the hitting was, bad for 2 days, right? You got a home run from Randy Arozarena yesterday. You got a 1 run the day before. Friday night was great as Cal just did his Cal thing, and they hit a bunch of home runs. But the hitting wasn't great this weekend, right? They scored 8 runs over the course of 3 games. And now Pittsburgh's got a really good pitching staff, starting pitching staff anyway.
Yeah, not really the whole homestand, to be honest. Even the Royals series, they didn't score more than 3 runs in any but 1 game all homestand.
Offense is not doing anything. They seem to have fully abandoned, thankfully, the idea of small ball. I don't see any small ball. I don't see any bunt. They're not doing any of that stuff. They're hitting just like a normal team. And they're not particularly great at it, but they're not bad at it. They're sort of, this is what we always said, average offense, right? With this pitching staff. Well, in the last week or two now, you're starting to see this pitching staff again with Brian Wu continuing, all-star Brian Wu doing his thing, Kirby back, Logan back, Castillo up and down. He's not been as consistent as usual, but man, when he's on, he's still really good. And I was at the Logan Evans game. He looked pretty good. He looked pretty good. And the bullpen looks great as well. So, yeah, that's how you continue to win. That's how you go 5-2 on a homestand. Now, is it sustainable? I don't know. Again, I don't have any idea what this team is going to do tomorrow. Today. Oh, I guess they're not going to play today. I know what they're going to do today. They're not going to do anything. They're going to be very quiet. They're going to fly to New York. Then they're going to take on the Yankees and then the Tigers. But I don't know what they're going to do next. They could score 12 runs in the next 12 games, or they could score 12 runs tomorrow. But they're pitching. I feel reasonably sure that I know what they're going to do now for the rest of the year. We'll be right back with everything you need to know next. Good to be back. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
Dayandnight.net.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
Dayandnight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit
Dayandnight.net.
I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go.
Dayandnight.net.
Introducing frequent flights between Boeing Field and a private terminal at Portland Airport. Seaport Airlines is transforming travel with convenience, comfort, and free parking just steps from your plane. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Jet City Harley. 600 new Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Jet City Harley. Visit jetcityharley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Seattle Children's is leading the fight against pediatric cancer with groundbreaking research in immunotherapy. It reprograms a child's own T cells to hunt down and destroy cancer. It's hope, powered by science. But here's the truth. Pediatric cancer research is drastically underfunded. That's why Safeway is stepping up, and you can too. G. Scott here asking you to say yes to donating to Immunoheroes next time you're at Safeway checkout. Together, we can help fight cancer for all kidkind.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, there's starting pitching, and then there's what the Mariners threw at the Pirates this weekend. 3 straight shutouts with the starters going 6-7 and then 6 1/3 yesterday. The bullpen obviously taking it from there. It was domination.
Kirby, little shrug of the shoulders. Now set, winds, the 2-2. Swung on and missed, got him. George Kirby, strikeout number 9. He goes 1, 2, 3, and the 6. He has been awesome today against the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's kept them off the board.
Yeah, he and everybody else. Just 10 hits in 3 games for the woeful Pirates offense. Mariners pitching was tremendous. Honestly, Pittsburgh never really threatened to score at all. Now, the Mariners bats, not great other than Friday. They did do enough to win. On Saturday, it was a eke-it-out single for a win. And yesterday, Randy Arozarena took care of all the offense they would need.
Here comes the 2-0. Swung on, blasted, left field. It's on its way. It is gone. Randy Arozarena has broken the tie into the Pittsburgh bullpen.
That was a cannon shot. By the way, Randy's name really is perfect for play-by-play guys. Like, it's just a fun name to say. You can't escape it. It's fun to say Randy Arozarena. And ask Passan, ask anybody. It's just a fun name to say. So when he hits, 6 home runs in the homestand? Is that right? Was it 6 home runs this homestand? Dude's on fire.
I know it's 6 in his last 7. I think it,
well,
yeah,
they played 7 games at home. So there you go. 6 home runs in the homestand. Yeah, you get to say his name a lot, which is pretty cool. But it's about the pitching, right?
Yeah, kudos to the pitching staff. I mean, that's really difficult to do. I think on the other side, the Pirates did it in St. Louis before they came here, and then they're on the other side of it when they came here from our pitching staff. And what a turn of events. But our guys just executed pitches. That's what they did, and to a man. Some tough situations. I thought Gabe came in, with a runner on and nobody out, and just really slammed the door there with 3 punchies.
Yeah, that was pretty good there, and everyone else kind of took care of it. Here, I'll give the offense a little credit, though. One of the things I love about baseball is that what you do early can affect what happens later. They didn't score in the first inning yesterday, but they made Skeens throw 20 pitches, and they threatened. In fact, they forced him to throw at least 13 pitches in every inning that he pitched yesterday. So what happens? They don't score a run off of him, but he has to come out after 5, and they have to bring in a reliever with a name I'm not going to try to pronounce. And it forces them to throw a reliever to the middle, the heart of this order. What happens? Randy takes advantage, hits a home run, and that's your ball game. How does that guy spell his name? ML?
It said Majinski is how it said.
There's no reason ML should appear next to each other.
There's also no reason Paul Skeens should have been pulled at 76 pitches. That was malpractice.
Seemed a little bit odd. Anyway, 5-2 homestand, and amazingly, they don't gain any ground. Houston continues to win, so the deficit is still 7.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Big congratulations to Brian Wu, Andres Munoz, Julio Rodriguez. They're all joining Cal Raleigh in Atlanta for the All-Star festivities next week. 3rd time for Julio, 2nd in a row for Munoz, and the 1st for Brian Wu. He and his family very happy.
Yeah, a lot of screaming. Not a lot of words at first. But they were super excited. Obviously super proud. I think obviously we're all kind of hoping, but like I said before, you kind of, there's not really a whole lot you can do about it, so kind of just hope. And but yeah, they're super excited. Obviously they've been them, my sister, girlfriend, family, everybody has been super supportive, and they're a big reason why I feel like I've been able to do what I do. So yeah, this is just as important for them as it is for me.
Yeah, that's pretty nice, and absolutely deserved, I think, on his part. Certainly on Munoz. We'll debate the Julio selection. I know there's some folks around the country upset about it. I'm not. I think that there's a way to look at this in which it makes perfect sense. Julio's a star, and he is on pace for a 6.5 win season. It's not like he's awful. But I understand some of the complaining you will get from around the league. George Springer and a few other guys have a pretty good case to be made. Munoz, though, has been nearly perfect. Wu, I think, has been a lock to me, just consistently excellent all year long. 4 All-Stars for the Mariners, their most since 2018. And first time ever they've had 4 All-Stars all under the age of 28. It's pretty cool.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, Maura, I don't think you're going to like this one, but ESPN is back with its top 10 at each position. Remember, we went through this last year and we're shocked at where some of the Seahawks landed. Now, this is according to league executives, coaches, and scouts, so people in the business. They started the list with running backs. Seahawks did not place anyone in the top 10. Seahawks did not have any honorable mentions. In fact, Ken Walker was the last name mentioned in others receiving votes. There were 20 running backs mentioned before anyone in the Seahawks running back room. It's funny. We look at that as being potentially one of the strengths of that team. Nationally, not so much. So, Ken Walker, number 21.
But is it... Because people did rave. We heard Tom Brady and someone else who was calling a game last year rave about the talent they think Ken Walker has. So is it more of a what have you done for me lately where they couldn't get the run game going last year? Or is it
just the top? It's just the top 10 at each position.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
I guess I'm just hopeful that turns around. But yeah, that's not good.
Not what you're looking for. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. That's sort of a negative one. I do have a positive Seahawks thing, which I will maybe slide in there at 7:15 when we do need to know again. I think Burt Breer made a really good point about these Seahawks and a reason for a lot of optimism, and not one that we've talked, I think, even at all about. So we'll throw that in there at 7:15 when we do that again. All right. Hey, Adnan Virk's going to join us later today, 9:30. We'll talk to him from MLB Network, get a sense as to, how he and some of his cohorts at MLB are joining, or rather are viewing these Mariners and Cal and their All-Stars and Julio and a whole bunch of stuff to talk about with him. And I'm excited to get back together with Brock, who barely had a chance to talk to other than kind of briefly at the wedding. So we'll do that here in about a half hour. But it was a busy weekend. You may have been traveling. You may have been out and about. Maybe you were one of the gazillion people I saw driving south on Thursday afternoon as I was returning from playing golf down at the home course. So if you missed anything this weekend, don't worry. Moore's got you covered. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Ann, who broke her leg in a trip and fall accident.
I had broken my femur, and I was in horrific pain. We chose Iddens because they had a good reputation. I wasn't just a name, I was a person, and that makes a big difference. I'm just grateful that we had the settlement for my care. I'm very pleased.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Maura Dooley here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Values have to be within your leadership staff, right? And then that filters down into the rest of your staff.
We are together, we are a team, and without that thought process, you're sunk.
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it.
They call it the Lee Johnson Auto family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family.
As much as I'd love to think that they trust me, yeah, our family name is trusted, but it's because of those individual interactions with our people that those folks have had over the years. That's where they build their trust with the relationship.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, Lyle, is this the answer to your Skeens question of why he was pulled so early? He had asked to be moved to start one day earlier with one less day of rest so he could have his last start with time enough to rest for the All-Star game. And since the Pirates have no run support for him and are not contending, they didn't feel the need to have him do a full outing on a day fewer of rest. I don't know. You can go check it.
They had an off day built in. I want to say he was on 4 days rest.
All right.
I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, well, check it. Anyway, that was the that's the text there from the 425. It certainly would at least make some sense. And you know what? If you're as bad as that Pittsburgh team is, why not prioritize starting the All-Star game? It's about the only good thing that's going to happen to them this season. Maura, it was a busy weekend. Lots of people away. What did we miss?
All right, well, one thing you might have missed when you were gone, Salk, was that we found out how to wake Lyle up this early in the morning. You just talk about trading for Ronald Acuna Jr.
Oh, you like that?
Yes.
Yeah,
he
me
got
too.
really excited and fired up.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I would too. I don't think that's going to happen, but I love the idea. You willing to give up anything?
Just about.
Yeah, me too. I mean, because that's 3 years at $17 million a year.
Well, not just 3 years. 4 playoff runs. It's 3.5 years if you do it right now.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, 3.5 years. Yes, I just meant 3 years beyond this one. Yeah, I would do that. I'll give up Colt Emerson. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, I that to me, that's a Juan Soto kind of deal. And, you know, yeah, yes, there's essentially almost nothing I wouldn't give up. That doesn't mean you give up everything, but I would agree with you. Yeah, if he's available, and I don't think he is, by the way. Like, everything. Now, Joel Sherman, I know, was kind of talking this up as a possibility. I just don't think the Braves are the same as the Nationals were a few years ago. As bad as the Braves have been this year, they still have a positive run differential. And they still have a really good core, a really good nucleus. I don't think they need to trade any of those guys. If I were the Braves, I wouldn't trade anyone.
I don't know. They're kind of in a weird spot, I think. They got a lot of their offense struggling. Albies is about to hit free agency, and they got pitching problems.
I'm just telling you, I wouldn't do anything if I were them. I would not. But
even with like Ozuna and Albies about to leave the roster and all that at the end of the year.
I'm just looking at it and saying I got enough of a nucleus. They spend money. Like there's no reason that they need to trade. The Nationals were falling apart. They had nothing other than Juan Soto at that time. The Braves aren't like that. They need help, don't get me wrong, but I think there's other ways for them to go get help rather than just trading their absolute star in Acuna. Now, doesn't mean they won't do it, and obviously there's been some friction. You want to call it friction between him and the team at times? I think that's fair. So it's not impossible. I love the conversation. All right, so let me ask you. Sorry, Maura, we're completely hijacking this whole segment, but this is a fun conversation. So, all right, I'm the Braves. You're the Mariners. You call me, Lyle, and you're like, hey, any interest in trading Acuna? And I'm like, hey, we could be convinced. Let's start with Colt Emerson. You're going to have to add at least Logan Evans. Give me Laz Montez. And give me Dominic Canzone.
I saw a couple packages floated out there. It was Emerson, Farmelo, Montez.
Yeah.
Like, it was a bunch of offense. Because here's the other thing about the Braves. 11 of their top 12 prospects are pitchers.
Oh, they have pitching prospects. Okay,
They don't, and their rotation's already actually pretty solid. They do not have offensive reinforcements coming. Their one prospect in their top 12 that's a hitter is 18 years old in rookie ball. They don't have offensive reinforcements coming.
Yeah.
And again, like,
all right,
their
so
offense already isn't very good.
You make that deal?
Yes.
Farmelo, Emerson, and Montez?
Yeah, and honestly, it probably costs more than that, but yeah.
Yeah, you're probably giving up Harry Ford. Harry Ford. If I'm the Mariners, I'm going to try to talk you into Ty Pete instead of Farmelo.
Yeah, I mean, the Mariners have to make a deal to make this happen where the Braves do not hang up the phone. Like, I don't think they can call and say, would you be interested in trading him? It's, hey, here's something you can't refuse for him. I will say, even if you have to quote-unquote overpay, that doesn't mean it's not worth it either. And back to your Soto point, by every account, evaluators say the Nationals won that trade. James Wood, Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams. Yeah. The Nationals are 13 games under 500. They haven't done anything since trading Soto.
True. Yep. And then, the Padres, even after they gave all that up, got most of it back.
Sure.
Right? I mean, like, they got different things, but they got different things back when they traded him to New York a year later.
Like, you can quote-unquote lose a trade, and it's still being the right decision. Like, you can overpay.
Now, a good question from two different texters. You giving up major league starting pitching for that?
I mean, that's what I saw a few people throw out there when people were throwing out packages.
Give up Kirby?
Think about it like this. If you don't think Kirby's going to re-sign long-term and eventually you have to trade him and you hear to yourself, oh, the guy you're going to get back for him is Ronald Acuna.
Yeah, you still now, but the that's fine if it's 1 for 1. It's another thing when they start saying, okay, give me him and Colt Emerson, and now it starts getting a little iffy. So, yeah, I'd be curious. I also believe that it's not going to happen because I don't think they're going to.
I mean, probably not, but it's fun to talk about.
They're not going to trade him. They just,
See how
they're not.
awake Lyle is at 6:37?
Jeez, Maura, very impressive. And you kind of got me excited, too. Not going to lie. I've been having trouble waking up this morning.
All right.
Yeah, just
Now we
throw
can-
out big-name trade ideas in July. We're in.
Now we can go around the weekend.
But I would be interested. Yeah. I mean, look, obviously, whatever you got to do, you want to have that conversation. Acuna's in the elite category of guys that fit this roster, fit what the Mariners want to do. Look, I love what Dom Canzone has done over the last couple of weeks. It has been a breath of fresh air, better than anything I would have expected for him. I would trade him tomorrow if given the opportunity. Trade him right now. This is as hot as he's going to be. I say that knowing that as soon as those words leave my mouth, he's going to go on to be a Hall of Famer. But if it were me, I would trade Dom Canzone right now while he is as hot as he is. Just my personal thought. Sorry, Maura.
No, that's fine. All right, ready to get into the weekend?
Yeah.
Okay.
What have you been waiting for? Come on.
We'll start with the Mariners. On the Thursday, Jorge Polanco hit his 4th home run since June 13th to give the Mariners a 1-0 lead in the 4th. He was 3 and 4 on the night with 2 doubles and the home run. Logan Evans threw 5 2/3 scoreless innings in his first game since being called back up. Unfortunately, Casey Legumino walked a couple of batters in the 7th with 1 out, and when Carlos Vargas came in to try to get the M's out of the jam, he gave up 2 singles to give the Royals a 3-1 lead. Canzone hit a solo shot in the bottom of the 9th, and Mastrobuoni got on board with 1 out, and he had a single. J.P. Crawford also had a single. Both runners advanced on a wild pitch, so the M's were threatening with runners on 2nd and 3rd and just 1 out, but Julio struck out looking, and Cal grounded out, ending it with the 3-2 loss.
Bizarre. So I went to that game.
Okay.
Who's the manager of the Royals? Do they have a manager? Who is it?
I feel like I'm going to botch his name, but Matt Cutraro?
He should be fired. Tomorrow, immediately. It worked for him, so I guess you can't, what in the world are you doing pitching to Cal? Why would you do that? I was at the game, and as soon as the wild pitch happened, and then Julio struck out, I was like, bummer, we don't get to see Cal hit. As did everyone in the stadium. Cal's at a point where you walk him early, like in the first inning, you walk Cal. You're not going to walk Cal with the game on the line in the 9th for a meaningless run, by the way? Meaningless run. That run didn't matter, right? It's a one-run game in the bottom of the 9th. There's already men on second and third. Doesn't matter whether that guy scores. The only possible reason for not walking Cal there is that you're so terrified of a walk to a Rosarena that you can't bring yourself to do it. Craziest thing I've ever seen, and it worked for him. But, man, that was bizarre. Best part of the game Thursday was definitely the fireworks show, which was great after the game, as always. Love the July 3rd fireworks. And my favorite part of that was actually seeing all the players that came out with their families. JP was out there with his little baby and his wife. That was really cool. Who did I say? I saw the whole Garver family out there. Saw Canzone and Wu and a whole bunch of guys with either their girlfriends or wives or other family members or kids. And it's just kind of cool to see the way they kind of come out for that. I don't know. Kind of a little heartwarming. That's all.
Aww.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, and I wasn't going to spend too much time on that one because it ended in a loss. But as you said, another solid pitching performance this weekend with Logan Evans coming back after Emerson Hancock got sent down.
Hey, he was really good. He was really good.
On Friday, Brian Wu was fantastic, pitching 6 scoreless innings, giving up just 3 hits and 2 walks while striking out 8. That was Brian Wu's 17th consecutive start of 6 innings or more. He's only allowed 2 earned runs in his last 25 innings pitched. I think when you talk about what you started the show with, Salk, with like, it's the pitching, stupid. Where would they be without Brian Wu, though, with those injuries? Like, the only thing that's kept the pitching a strength, I think. Because even Castillo's been really solid, but he even maybe stumbled a little bit early on. And Brian Wu's just been so consistent.
Well, he's been their best pitcher, which is why he's their all-star, right? I mean, like, yeah, that is the telling stat for Brian Wu this year is he has gone 6+ in every single start.
Which was the goal he told us he had in spring training.
Give that guy credit, man. I mean, from coming out of nowhere, right, as a nothing college pitcher, he seems to be really good at setting goals for himself and then achieving them. Hey, I want to get better against right-handed pitching. Hey, I want to get, or against left-handed pitching. Hey, I want to get better at this. Hey, I want to go deeper into games. And he does it. You realize the Mariners just went a full turn through their rotation and gave up 1 run? They just went 5 games and gave up 1 run. That's from their starting pitching. 1.
Well, which is what they need. Lyle and I kept talking last week about this tough 17-game stretch they were on and how this homestand, they needed to be about as good as they could get because it's going to get tougher, obviously, with the Yankees, Tigers, and Astros on the horizon, and the Astros aren't losing.
They just
and
gave up
they did about
1
as much
run.
as you could ask.
1 run from your starting pitching in 5 starts. That's unbelievable.
It's funny to think if you had to quote unquote pick a worst start of all of them, it's probably Logan Gilbert, who you'll take out there in front of anybody.
4 2/3, 1 run.
Yeah. And you'll take Logan Gilbert probably in front of anybody.
He also still struck out 7 in his 4 2. I mean, like, it's really remarkable.
Yeah, they really needed that because, to Morris' point, they now go play the Yankees, Tigers, Astros, and Brewers, and then the Angels and Anaheim, where you have a 1 and 2 years ahead of the trade deadline. So they needed a 5-2
I would say
homestand.
specifically, they matched up really well against the 2 teams they just played at home. Kansas City can't really hit, and Pittsburgh should be ashamed of themselves. That offense it's shameful. That is a shameful Major League offense. But both teams pitched really well, and look, they're not, Pittsburgh's a bad team. Kansas City's not a bad team, not a great team, but they're like one of the millions of teams in the middle. That's not a bad team overall. And they got some dudes. They got Bobby Witt, and they still have Salvi and Pasquantino. Like, they got some guys. Mariners pitch just made them all look stupid. Just stupid.
Well, and then you have Cal Raleigh doing this. I went to the game on Friday, and I was lucky. I got some nice seats from Kyle where I got to sit in the All-Star Club. So I was at the buffet getting my plate together. I hadn't even gotten to my seat yet, and Cal's already doing this.
Swing and a well-hit ball deep to left field. Holy smokes, what a firecracker. Upper deck, way back into the upper deck in left field. Number 34 for the Big Dumper. He ties and matches his season record from last year with number 34. And it gives the Mariners a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the first. And that was a cannon shot way back into the upper deck and left. Cal Raleigh with RBIs, 72 and 73 to go with home run number 34. What a year for the Big Dumper.
So I was thinking about that home run yesterday, actually. Because Randy's home run, I know you're going to get to that one if Lyle and I didn't take up too much of your time here. Randy's was a no-doubter, right? As soon as that left the bat, it was gone. There was no doubt about it. Absolutely smoked to left field, way gone. That one didn't even make it into the second deck, right? I mean, like, and there was no doubt. It was to the back of the bullpen. It was absolutely gone, no doubt. Didn't make it to the second deck. Cal's didn't just make it to the second deck. It made it 3/4 of the way up and nearly out of the ballpark. That's how much farther he hit it than Randy, and Randy's was gone as soon as he started the swing. That's a just unbelievable power from Cal. Just unbelievable power.
Yeah.
And is he going to switch hit in the All-Star, in the Derby?
He said he wants to try to.
Adley Rutschman did that a few years ago. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I liked when Rutschman did that. I thought that was awesome. I was there. It was cool. And he called timeout and then just turned around. It was amazing.
If I had to guess, Cal will do the majority from the left side and then the bonus round from the right side. If I had to
Interesting.
guess.
You think he's got more power from the left side, or he's just more comfortable hitting that way?
I think both. I think he's got more power from the left side. I know that home run from the right side on Friday was crushed, but I think he has more power from the left side.
I don't know anything about where the Braves play. I never see games there. Does it matter?
Left field is probably a little more hitter friendly than right field, so that is something to consider.
Okay.
All right, Randy Arozarena continued his hot streak and hit his 5th home run in his last 5 games Friday, just barely clearing the foul pole in the bottom of the 4th. That gave the M's a 3-0 lead, but of course, Cal wasn't done yet. He hit another home run in the 6th.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit high, hit deep, left field. Has he done it again? It is into the bullpen. Cal Raleigh has done it again. Number 35 on the season. He ties Ken Griffey Jr. with the most ever before the All-Star break in Seattle Mariners history. Cal Raleigh is a sensation. He is unbelievable. He is indescribable. And he hits home runs every single day.
It's true. The year Griffey did that, what year was it? 98?
7.
When was the All-Star break? Because, like, doesn't it feel like the All-Star break's really late? It's like 90-plus games into the season now. 95 games into the season is the All-Star break? Was it always that late? Feels like it used to be closer to the
It was
middle.
held July 8th, 1997.
Yeah, but they didn't start quite as early then. I don't know.
Also, both our answers were right because Junior hit 56 back-to-back years.
Yeah, but which year did he did 35 by the All-Star break? We'll have to figure that out. Okay.
Yeah,
Doesn't really matter. The most
MVP
accurate.
chant started ringing out in the stadium after that, which was pretty fun. Dylan Moore, who we had talked about how he's been struggling quite a bit with only 1 hit in his last 34 at-bats, ended up hitting a home run in the 7th with Solano aboard, so that gave them a 6-0 lead. Edward Bizzardo pitched a scoreless inning, and Trent Thornton threw 2 scoreless for the combined shutout.
Edward Bizzardo, sneaky good now? Remember when he was the white flag? He's been good this year.
He was good in September last year, too. I think they always liked what was under the hood with him.
He's pretty good.
I like him as a middle reliever.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's a high-leverage guy.
Yeah.
He's been pretty good.
Yeah, he has.
You can't knock Bizzardo, man. He went from being the white flag to being a really good pitcher this year.
Yeah, he's been good.
Yeah.
All right, Saturday, Luis Castillo, your guy,
Oh, he looked really
pitched
good.
a gem,
He
going
did.
7 scoreless, giving up just 2 hits, no walks, and striking out 8. He made it look easy, going 3 up, 3 down in 5 of the 7 innings that he pitched.
That is strike 3 called. If that's it for Luis Castillo, that's a heck of a way to end. Punching out Gonzalez, punching out Cruz, 8 strikeouts, nice ovation, flex, and a stretch. 7th inning stretch. 1-0 Mariners on top of the Pirates.
Who's that?
I was wondering the same thing. It's in our highlights.
It's Rich Waltz.
Oh, was he in this weekend?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Rich is a nice guy.
We're so used to, like, Rich.
Yeah. So people got some days off, huh? Around the holiday. Hello, Rich. What a kid.
Cal Raleigh was walked 3 times, and Ben Williamson ended up driving in the only run of the game with a double in the 6th. Andres Munoz struck out the first 2 batters on 6 pitches, so had a chance for an immaculate inning there with Brian Reynolds up, but after a first pitch strike, he threw a ball to end that bid. But he ultimately got Reynolds to fly out, closing the door on the Pirates.
What is wrong with Brian Reynolds? Remember a couple of years ago, Brian Reynolds was like the best player in baseball.
Well, we were talking about him as a guy that you wanted the Mariners to bring in, right?
Everyone did. I mean, he was like the guy, and they were talking to him and possibility. He is untenably bad. Can't play. Crazy. This stupid game, man. This game is bizarre.
And you keep sending us the Cooper Hummel updates.
Well, just because I saw those, and it's not even just Cooper Hummel. I know I've sent these a few times. Cooper Hummel, who was, I mean, again, he's in the like Tommy La Stella category here, right? As being one of the worst hitters the Mariners have ever had. They cut him. He bounces around a little bit. He's been killing it for the red-hot Astros this year. Meanwhile, Josh Young, who was ready to be like third baseman of the future, going to be like a perennial all-star for Texas, just got sent to the minors. Like, I don't know how you predict this game. It's.
I'm with you. Yesterday, George Kirby and the rest of the Mariners pitching staff continued the weekend's dominance, with Kirby going 6 1/3 innings, giving up just 4 hits, no runs, and 9 punch-outs. Vargas, Spira, Munoz closed out the Mariners' 3rd straight shutout. Paul Skeens held the Mariners scoreless through 5, but as soon as he left, Randy Arozarena hit his 6th home run in his last 7 games.
Here comes the 2-0. Swung on, blasted, left field, it's on its way, it is gone! Randy Arozarena has broken the tie into the Pittsburgh bullpen. It is 1-0 Mariners. Randy blasts another one. He has been red hot, and he scorched that one. It's the Mariners 1, it's the Pirates 0.
That's all they needed.
Yeah, only run of the day, but Andres Munoz comes in to close it out in the 9th. That was his 21st save of the season.
Hey, worth noting, by the way, in the first inning, Mariners could have scored were it not for an 105-mile-an-hour throw from O'Neal Cruz, who's awful. Again, like, he can't hit. Like, I watched that guy. I can't. He and Ellie De La Cruz really remind me of each other, right? You see a lot of similarity there.
Well, Ellie's an all-star.
I know that. He's been better. But don't you see the similarities there? Like, they're built so similarly. Tall, thin, tons of power, tons of swing and miss. De La Cruz has put it together. O'Neal Cruz has not, clearly.
Yeah, in terms of like the framework and the athlete, for sure.
There really should, I mean, yeah. But you watch O'Neal Cruz, like, my God, some of the pitches he swings at makes Julio look like a good decision maker in the box. Ooh, but man, did he uncork that. That was kind of awesome to see. JP had this look like, wait, what? Where'd that come from? Even cooler about that throw was it wasn't hit right at him. Like, he had to move to his right to go get it. So now he's almost throwing like a it was awesome. It was a heck of a throw.
Yeah, we're running out of time here, but real quickly, the Storm beat the defending WNBA champion New York Liberty 79-70 yesterday. Kind of cool to see rookie Dominique Malongo, who was their 2nd overall pick this year, come off the bench in the second half and score 11 points and put up 8 rebounds in 10 minutes.
She dominated.
Yeah. Gabby Williams had 16. Nneka Ogumake had 15, and the Storm win their second straight.
Nice. And they beat the Liberty even with Sabrina Ionescu. So that's pretty cool. All right. Good job. Thank you, Maura. Sorry we took so much of your time. That's on me and Lyle, but we couldn't help ourselves. You give me the opportunity to debate Ronald Acuna. We're going to get into that. Okay. Brock is in next. It's July 4th plus. It's nearly the All-Star break. Do you know who your Mariners are? It's next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston, so that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
You're listening to Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. This hour is brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy, with a special message for Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. Your neighborhood Fred Meyer Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at fredmeyer.com/pay or update. See your Fred Meyer Pharmacy for details.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for refractive lens exchange. Now, if you're somebody like me who struggled with distance vision, maybe you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution like it was for me. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. K2 Vision RLE is quick, painless, and I am seeing great now without glasses or readers. I can actually read restaurant menus. I can read the receipts when they show up. I can read texts on my phone. It's amazing. RLE is an absolute game changer. I'm so excited to spend my good active years not needing reading glasses. K2 Vision RLE gave me great vision that's permanent. The doctors at K2 Vision have performed over 150,000 lens procedures, so they know when RLE is right for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Oh, well, it's good to be back together. Hello, buddy. Good morning.
Oh, hello, Michael. It's been so long.
I know.
It's been so long.
I know.
Golly, it's been almost 2 weeks.
Yeah,
right?
no.
I cut out on a Monday. Yes.
Since you did. Yeah, no, it's been 2 weeks. Since we were
did
together.
A show together. Yeah. The boys are back again. The boys are back again.
Hopefully we can remember how to do this.
Yes.
It's been so long. I try to get back in the swing of things here. Well, rather than dilly-dally, maybe we can have some fun later and chat about our lives and stuff. I don't want to start here at 7 o'clock coming off a sweep with that. It was a heck of a weekend for the Mariners. I started at 6, Brock, by referencing the great James Carville, who said it's the economy, stupid. And with the Mariners, it's the pitching, stupid, right? I mean, like all the other conversations we have, the reason they're here is the pitching. And what they rolled out here over the course of this homestand, short of the one bad start from Emerson Hancock, who was quickly pulled from the rotation for not fitting in, the other guys they're not allowing hits, they're not allowing runs, they're not allowing walks. They just made it, the 5 current guys in the rotation, their last start for each of them, they allowed a total of 1 run.
That's right.
That's unheard of. I mean, they just 5 guys, 1 run. That's nuts.
Gives you a pretty good chance to win, doesn't it?
Yeah. And the offense wasn't great, but it was good enough to win when you're only giving up 1 run in your starting rotation. That's pretty good.
I would say the other aspect I would add to that, dummy, is you're right. It's always been about the pitching. That's the way that Jerry and Scott built it. Obviously, you now have a catcher running the show. I don't think Dan deviates from that at all. He understands the premium that is pitching. I'd also say that over the course of the last half decade or so, right alongside that pitching, Salk, has been a grit and resilience. That, just when you're, these guys are out, they're kind of, this is rough. They're not putting it together. Wow, what would they lose? Like 11 of 20, whatever that stretch was. And now they got to go on a 17-game stretch in 17 days, 10 out on the road, couple pretty decent teams, and then come home and see if you've got enough or if you're going to be on fumes. Well, they went 11-6 on that road trip and a homestand over those 17 games. And just when you kind of, want to count them out or they fall to 500 or even a game under 500, they just have a resilience to bounce back.
So it's past July 4th. We're a week now from the All-Star break. Do you know who your Mariners are? You feel confident you know who this team is? You feel confident you know what's going on in baseball through all of these 3+ months of the season? If you do, you're better than I am. I don't. Here's what I think I know, Brock, today. I think the Dodgers, Phillies, Mets, and Tigers have separated themselves from everybody.
Is this your Peter King Monday morning baseball
things
call?
I think.
Yeah, okay,
the
great.
Dodgers, Phillies, Mets, and Tigers have separated themselves at the top, I think. You could put the Astros there. I'm not going to. But the Dodgers, Phillies, Mets, and Tigers. Those are the best teams in baseball this year.
I don't know if I put the Mets there. They're on the struggle bus with a lot of injuries.
I'm going to put them there anyway.
All right.
I think when it's all said and done, they're going to be all right.
And excuse me, you didn't put the Astros on there?
I did not. We'll come back to them in a moment. The Rockies, White Sox, and Pirates are horrendous. Yep. I mean, all three are really bad, but occasionally look dangerous, which is weird. Maybe you could put the A's into that bottom category because, the numbers sort of show it. But we've seen that team look pretty good. And again, like a week or so ago, I would have put the Marlins there, and then they're the hottest team in baseball since then. So, again, like each time you want to say, this is what I definitively think about one of these teams, they surprise you and go exactly the opposite way. Everyone else in some way is in the middle. The Astros are good. I mean, there's no doubt they're good. You got to give them credit.
They just went into LA and just swept those guys away. They're doing this without Yordan Alvarez. They're doing this now without Jeremy Pena. They're doing this with 4 or 5 pitchers that have been out.
I know, but that's why I just don't.
And Hunter and the rest of them have just stepped
But we've
up.
also seen those things come to an end. Like it's cool. That's a cool story. It's great when Cooper Hummel gives you a couple of good weeks. We saw what it looked like when Dylan Moore gives you a couple of great weeks. But generally, those things will come to an end. And if they don't get those guys back doing their thing, it's just hard for me to believe the Astros are, not that they're not a good team, but one of those elite teams at the top. I don't see that. I'm going to put them in the group with the Cubs, Blue Jays, Yankees, Padres, and Giants. Playoff teams, good teams, but not quite in that same group at the very top. And the Mariners would strike me as being right at the very back end of that group, but clearly ahead of the next group. The Reds, the Rangers, the D-backs, the Cardinals, most of the AL Central, right? The Angels. I think the Mariners are better than those teams. They're a little matchup dependent. Their hitting is obviously inconsistent. When it's good, it's very good. When it's bad, it's awful. But this is an inconsistent league.
Yep.
Like if the worst thing I can say about these Mariners is that their hitting is very inconsistent, guess what? 2025 Major League Baseball is inconsistent. The Pirates swept a team and didn't give up a run, and then got swept and didn't score a run. Correct. This is an up and down, inconsistent league. Guys get hot and then they get not, and it's really hard for them to pull out of those things. So it's an inconsistent league. Your pitching and defense, Brock, I thought that's what you were going to say to add to the pitching. Defense, once again, this year has been incredible and, much better than we thought it was going to be since Polanco's not playing third and some of the moves they've made to improve their defense. It's been great. Man, they can make you look silly in a series, and that's exactly what they did. Oh, by the way, throw a legit superstar having a legit superstar season in Cal. That's something that those other teams don't have. That Reds, Rangers, Diamondbacks, Cardinals, Angel, like that group doesn't have a Cal Raleigh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's your age-old adage, man. Once you think you've got this thing figured out, once you think you know who these teams are, even individual players are, I mean, just give it a week, just give it 2 weeks, and all of those thoughts will change. That Pirates team that came in here, Salk, that you put there in the direct of the league, they'd won 6 in a row.
I know.
They had swept the Mets. They had just swept the Cardinals. As you said, they shut them out in 3 straight games.
Yeah, they can
They're
pitch
pitching.
a little bit.
Yeah, they can pitch a little more than a little bit. Like they held
But
you to 2
have you
runs
seen their
in
home
5
road?
2 games.
Did you look at their home road?
No.
Oh, well, it's a slightly different story than about the Padres or about the Pirates, rather.
You've got individuals like that. Have you looked at Luis Castillo's home road? Have you looked at Julio's home road?
This is a whole team. Brock, they're 26 and 21 at home.
Pretty good.
They're 12 and 32 on the road.
Make that make sense.
I mean, like. They are 12 and 32.
Does that stadium have as much park effects as T-Mobile does?
I don't think so. I don't think it has much of a park effect at all. At least I've never heard of it.
Rivers. What rivers is that? The Allegheny? Is that the Allegheny
and the
River?
Monongahela. I think. Isn't it the Monongahela?
Some of the most useless.
No, it's the Allegheny.
Well, it's yeah.
When balls clear the right field deck, they say they hit it into the Allegheny.
But isn't it 3 rivers?
I don't know.
There's 3 rivers in Pittsburgh. The Allegheny and the Monongahela.
Cincinnati.
No, that's Riverside. That's different.
And the Ohio.
The Ohio. Yeah, I forgot the easy one. The Ohio, the Allegheny, and the Monongahela. Don't worry about that. I know my rivers in Pittsburgh.
The Monongahela?
Yeah.
Is that what Mora was floating yesterday?
She might have been.
Floating the Monongahela?
Yeah, I just flew to Pittsburgh real quick.
little central Pennsylvania float for Mora
Did you
yesterday.
think a 4th of July sunny weekend was going to go by and Chris and Maura weren't going to be in their bathing suits? Did you think that was even
It
humanly
only got
possible?
warm enough
Salk?
yesterday.
Yeah. Brock, I just imagine, from my point of view, Chris and Maura just walk around their house in their bathing suits all day, every day. Any opportunity to get
We
into their
haven't had
bathing
that many
suits.
hot days this year. We went paddleboarding once and
No,
tubing
I don't even
once.
think you need hot days. I think you're there in the dead of winter. You crank up the
That's
heat. You're
left
just
though.
walking around the house in your bathing suit.
Oh my god.
That's my opinion
I'm way
of what's
too
going
cold
on
for that.
there.
Do you not see me in my jacket here for most of the show every day?
I assume you're cold because at your house you keep it at 85. So you come out into the rest of the world and you need to wear a jacket. But at home, bathing suit 24/7. All right. Again,
Did we figure out who they were?
Huh?
Did we get that done? Did we figure out who the Mariners?
I don't think so.
In baseball,
no,
is?
maybe we'll just keep pushing that off. First, it was Memorial Day, July 4th. Then we'll go All-Star break. Then we'll go trade deadline. We'll just keep pushing that off because I don't freaking know who they are or who anybody else is necessarily in this league. But give them credit, man. That was a heck of a homestand coming off of a really good road trip. And as you said, Brock, 11-6 during that stretch. That's exactly what they needed to kind of turn this thing back around. The only problem is the Astros just keep winning. And even as they went 11-6, they lost ground. They're 7 games back in the division. Just bizarre. All right, let's give you guys everything you need to know. And then I think I did something, Brock, a couple of months ago that looking at it now is objectively hilarious. We're going to come back to that at 7:30. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
We've got some breaking news.
And the next offer on the way to Cal, swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Big Dumper is in the Derby.
Goodbye, baseball.
If you're going to get tossed meatballs and stuff, all you got to do is connect. You have enough power. You got a big dumper. That ball is going to travel.
What would happen if you switched Cal and Judge? Like, what if Cal was doing this for the Yankees and Judge was doing this for the Mariners? Who's the MVP then?
Hear Cal Raleigh in the Home Run Derby Monday, July 14th, right here on Seattle Sports.
Well, the wedding's in the background. 4th of July has passed. Maybe you're a little bit like me. You've got now some things on your to-do list this summer. Make one of those things on your to-do list your insurance. Certainly, if you're challenged by it, you're frustrated by it, you're confused why your premiums keep going up, you don't even know what you've got covered, well, you need to do what Molly and I did. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. We heard so many First Mark Challenge victories that saved people so much money over the years. We decided to finally jump into it, and boy, am I glad we did. Here's how First Mark went to work for us, how they've gone to work for so many of my friends and family members. They fully analyze current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've got relationship with to find you the best fit for you and your needs. That's it. There's no stress. There's no confusion. They're your teammate. They've spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families, including mine, successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So please don't wait a Monday longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. It's totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
Upgrade your view and comfort with Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Buy one window or door, get the second at 50% off through July, and enjoy 12 months same as cash financing. For details, visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
We at Three Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. Three Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Summer is here and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me.
Our strategy with pricing is not to be the highest price and not to be the lowest price, but to be a really good price and to provide a really good experience to the customer.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff. It was just really sweet. It felt like we were truly helping.
Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
You hear it from one person, and then another, and another. You come to realize it's not a script, it's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Motorcycle accident cases require a thorough investigation by a team of experienced legal professionals if they have any chance of being successful. Insurance companies, juries, and even the police tend to assume the worst about motorcycle riders. Get help from an experienced team of attorneys that have successfully resolved hundreds of motorcycle accident cases over the past 30 years. Call Davis Law Group for a free legal consultation or get my free book on motorcycle accidents at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Dominant starting pitching. You saw it this weekend. The Mariners did not allow a run to the Pirates. 3 straight shutouts. Starters go 6, 7, and 6 1/3. The bullpen takes it from there. Just 10 hits in 3 games for that Pittsburgh offense. They never, honestly, Brock, they never threatened to score. Like the entire series. We were trying to figure it out earlier. Did they get a runner to third?
Yeah,
they did in the first inning of Lou's start.
Okay, yeah. one runner to third. They barely had runners at second. It was just complete dominance, really, from start to the finish.
The stretch and the 1-1 to Pham. Swinging a ground ball to short. JP has it on a hop. Fires the first. It's over. The Mariners, their 3rd consecutive shutout win. They beat the Pirates 1-0. The Mariners with 3 consecutive shutout victories. The first time they have done that in the history of the franchise. Munoz with his 21st save of the year nails it down to 1-2-3, top of the 9th.
Yeah, it felt like each game, like one Pirate showed up to play. Like yesterday, it was Tommy Pham. One game, it was, what's his name, Horwitz, the first baseman. One day was Gonzalez. Like each guy had like one day, except for Brian Reynolds, who looks like the worst baseball player right now on the planet. And other than that, the Mariners just shut him down.
Yeah.
It's got to be just completely, I don't even know what the right word is. Just not humiliating, yeah.
Your 6-game winning streak, you just shut somebody out 3 straight days. You feel great. You fly across the country. You get an off day, and then you don't score a single run in 3 games. That's got to be like the most humbling piece of pie that you eat on your way out the door. And it's kind of instructive doing what you did earlier, Salk, going through so many of these teams in the league, because I'd put the Pirates with a bunch of these teams we've seen this year that have no culture. They're just a bunch of parts. There's some nice players. Skeens is an absolute legend. O'Neill in center field could throw a ball 105 miles an hour. You got some creatures, but you've got like no cohesion. There's no culture. It's just a bunch of independent contractors, and they all got shut down. Their work not nearly good enough to compete with the Mariners this weekend.
Yeah, Mariners bats were not great, but they were good enough. They win a couple of 1-0 games. Randy Arozarena, Brock. Remember when he didn't have any power for a month? Well, he's got plenty of it now. He hit 6 home runs in the homestand.
In 7 games.
What the hell? This game really is ridiculous. I don't mean to laugh at it, because it's awesome. What Randy just did is amazing, and he's so fun when he's going well. He's such a fun player to watch.
Yes.
How does a guy have 1 home run in a month and then hit 6 in 7 days? It just doesn't make any sense. Make it all make sense. Give the Mariners some credit, too, yesterday. They did get Paul Skeens out a little earlier than expected. They battled early in the first. They put traffic on. They had good at-bats against him. He is unbelievably good. But you make him throw some pitches, and through a weird series of events, he comes out early, and you find a way to win it. A very difficult road trip now ahead. They finish off the first half going to New York to see the Yankees, and then to Detroit. So that'll be an interesting 7-gamer.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
6-gamer, 3-3. Congrats to Brian Wu, Andres Munoz, and Julio Rodriguez. They will join Cal Raleigh in Atlanta for the All-Star festivities next week. 3rd time for Julio, 2nd in a row for Munoz, and the 1st for Brian Wu, which might be the best story here. He was asked if he ever thought this might happen.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like it's one of those things that you don't know, obviously when or if it's going to happen, but you also don't really plan on anything else. You work, as hard as you can, and wouldn't say expect those things, but you would hope that the consistency and the work over the years, and that will kind of all manifest itself into, something that, something like this. So, it's kind of just the last couple of weeks, it's if it happens, great, but if not, I'm just going to kind of keep working, and it'll happen in the next couple of years whenever it is. So
he really is a thoughtful dude.
He is.
He gives, as I think, as thoughtful an answer to questions, is very reflective. I really enjoy all the
Bryce
clips
is,
we play.
Logan is.
Yeah.
The starting rotation largely is. And if you're Wu, you're like, yeah, man, it's my turn. Kirby got there, Logan got there, now I get there. And he did it on the back of, every single start this year, going 6+ innings?
Yeah.
You want another remarkable stat? Of any of the starting pitchers for the Mariners, it is Brian Wu. Elbow injuries the last couple years, right? They tried to build him up and try to balance all of that out as a guy that was not like those others with his first-round picks and was just a flyer. And this is the guy that's going to go 6+ innings every single start of 2025.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the guy.
4 All-Stars, the most since 2018, and first time they've ever had 4 under the age of 28. Dan Wilson thinks it's cool.
Yeah, these guys, it's just, the All-Star honors is just so meaningful, I think, as a player, and we get a chance to see the work that goes in every day, and how much they devote to this game, and to see that get rewarded in some way is huge. And all these guys are so well deserved of their honors. And there's more guys in there that you wish you could send all of them, because they all work hard and they all fight hard, as we talk about. So
I'm not sure. JP maybe had a little bit of a case. Other than that, I think they got this one kind of right. But kudos. We'll discuss the Julio aspect here in a little bit.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Brock, we've gone through a lot of different Seahawks opinions this year. Positive, negative, reasons to like, reasons not. I thought that Bert Breer, in a conversation with Connor Orr, made a point about the Seahawks in a positive way that I'm not sure I've heard a lot of others make.
I know a lot of people are going to compare him to Cam Chancellor because it's Seattle, but I think that there's, at least the way that the Seahawks see it, there's a lot of Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah.
To what Mike McDonald's getting there, and that he's going to be able to use him that way. And you look at Byron Murphy, I think could wind up being a really good player in year 2. And could he be the disruptive force you want in your front? DeMarcus Lawrence is going to come in with a hair across his ass. You got Boye Mafe still. You got Uchenna Nwosu. Like, it's even at spots where they're not overwhelmingly strong, they've got good depth and they've got competent players, and you can win that way.
I think it's that last point that kind of jumps out to me is we haven't talked a lot about their depth. We haven't talked about we've talked about like the areas of strength. We've talked about potential weaknesses, but the depth might be their best quality.
Yep, I think I would concur with that. Maybe save for linebacker. That'd probably be the one spot defensively with the addition of Shaquille Griffin. I think you feel pretty good about 4 corners and 4 safeties and 8 defensive linemen. And there's not a lot of teams across the league, Salk, that can say that about the entirety of their group. And then, oh, by the way, the second half of the season, almost all of those guys played together and played at a very, very high level.
All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
Okay,
Are you
so
looking
in
forward to this?
I am. So in 2018, 4 Mariners All-Stars. Can you name them? Did you take a look at this list?
I did not, but I'm going to guess it was.
By the way, there were 4 in 18. There was 1 in 2019. And if you get these 5, Salk, I'll give you every dollar in my wallet. Who were the 4 in 2018 and the lone wolf in 2019?
2019 was Daniel Vogelbach.
That a boy. Okay.
2018 was probably Robbie. No, that was once he got popped, right? Okay, Nelly.
Yep.
Zanino?
No, not
Okay.
Zanino.
Felix?
Your shortstop and your right fielder and your reliever. Your shortstop, your right fielder, and your reliever.
Segura?
There you go.
That was the year of Sen Segura?
Yes.
That was the year of Sen Segura.
Yes.
Which, for whatever reason, I just associate with Lydia. But Sen Segura. All right, so you had Nelly, Segura.
I can rattle these off pretty fast.
You can?
Yeah, like I haven't looked at this list, but I remember it.
All right, who are the other 2?
Gene, Eddie, Haniger, Segura.
Oh, Haniger.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, good job. Lyle's now staring daggers at me like, dude.
No, I'm not.
Why are you staring daggers at me? Chill, bro.
He's like, take that,
I'm not staring any daggers.
Dude, all right, I'm about to humiliate myself
you want 20,
again.
You want 21? You want 22? You want 23? You want 24?
I don't care about these
You guys
things.
are incredibly late to break.
All right, we'll be right back. I'm going to make a bigger ass of myself next.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
All right, summer, guys. We're past July 4th now, so you've got it all planned out, right? The weekend trips, vacation, kids out of school. It's busy. I know my life is. So you might be thinking it's too hard right now, too busy to start that diet, workout, weight loss plan. No, don't let it be another excuse. You got this. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic will make it so easy for you. You're not even going to feel like you're adding one more thing to your busy life. Instead, you're going to be subtracting a ton of weight. I did it. Lost 35 pounds. Ryan Roland Smith lost 30. Listener we had text in a couple weeks ago was down 42 with more to go. Need him to check back in with us and let us know where he's at. Summer, perfect time to do it. I found I have more energy. You're not feeling hungry all the time, and the food is still really, really good. Dr. Coogan's worked with over 4,000 people locally with lots of successful results. Be the next. Schedule your 15 minutes with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Do it today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you got to look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Crank up the hits and bring on the boom. It's 80s fireworks night at T-Mobile Park. Get ready for a totally tubular show on Friday, July 18th. Presented by T-Mobile. The Mariners face off against the division rival Astros at 7:10. And after the game, the sky will light up to the sound of your favorite 80s jams. Big hits on the field and more big hits after dark.
Grand slam! Julio takes it deep and clears it off.
Mariners baseball, fireworks, and hair metal? Sounds like a rad night. Lock in your seats now at Mariners.com and check out what else is on deck at the ballpark this summer, including 3 straight value games against the Brewers, July 21st through 23rd. And the next Mariners fireworks show on August 1st.
Goodbye, baseball. He does it again. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper.
Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Ed, who suffered a neck injury in a highway pileup.
Had a bulge disc in my neck. It was pinching my spinal cord, so reached out to Rob. It was amazing. Their whole team were honest and kept me informed, like they were actually interested in helping me, not just a number. I'm very pleased with the outcome. I would definitely choose these guys again any time of the week.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
When the heat's in 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Some AC you'll be loving when your house is an oven.
Dayandnight.net.
Northwest summers are beautiful, but there's always a long hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't sweat through another summer. Have Day and Night keep your house cool and comfortable by installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
When the summer is cooking, we're the place to be looking.
Dayandnight.net.
Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Dayandnight.net.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You Salky, sometimes we used to think, what's it like around the water cooler? And then it turns out we got a water cooler.
Yeah.
We should just bring one into our backup studio there.
Well,
Pittman, G, everybody
the
just
whole
coming
crew.
in around the water cooler. What's everybody talking about?
Everybody's
talking about Julio. Julio.
We're going to get to Julio.
Rodriguez.
We're going to get to Julio. We're going to get to all that stuff a little bit later. I promise. We're going to get into a Julio debate and some other stuff at 8:30 before Adnan Virk joins us at 9:30 this morning. We'll talk some baseball with him as well. We've all made dumb comments over the years about various things that have come back, and later you're like, I can't believe I said that. But this one might take the cake. This one is objectively hilarious. Honestly, as we sit here today on July 7th, this is objectively hilarious. And the fact that I said it, I guess, makes it funnier. I don't know. I think it's objectively hilarious that I made a list of the most intriguing Mariners this year and didn't include Cal Raleigh. I think it's hysterical. Like, I cannot stop laughing about it every time I think about it. It's as if somebody else did it, like, John Heyman did it, and you get to make fun of it, except it was me.
When your whole reasoning was, we know, and Cal's great, but we know who he is.
It's hilarious.
We actually didn't know who he was.
It is hilarious, Maura. I argued vehemently that we knew exactly who Cal Raleigh is. He's going to hit 30, 35 home runs. He's going to, we know roughly what he's going to hit. He's going to play good defense, good leadership, but we know who he is. He's not that interesting. What he does isn't going to change this team one way or another. Dumbest thing maybe I've ever said, and that's saying something.
You can't always predict the DK and Gino trades. Every now and then you're going to have a swing and a miss.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Here are the 10 players, Brock, that I included.
Before you get to those, I feel like this is the one kind of like my take with Sean Payton and Drew Brees and the New Orleans Saints.
Yes.
And you were like, well, hold on a sec. I mean, Drew's a good quarterback, and I think Sean's a good coach. And I was like, but it's the Saints. Do you see the Saints ever winning a Super Bowl and lifting the Lombardi? And you were trying to kind of help me.
Right.
I felt like in
you
this
did
one,
try to help me.
I tried to be like, but what if he is even more?
It didn't make
sense. What if he does hit 40-plus home runs?
40?
No,
by the All-Star break, he could have 40 by next week. These are the 10 players I put ahead of Cal Raleigh on the most intriguing list. I found this yesterday, and it made me laugh. Gregory Santos.
Oh, jeez. And poor Brian Walters referenced that name twice last week.
Oh.
And I think Lyle looked at him cross-eyed. He's like, well, they're going to get guys back. They're going to get healthy. They're going to get Santos back.
Get that guy out of here. All right, so Gregory Santos was on my list. Matt Brash. Brash has been super. You know what? Brash has been awesome. Just a quick shout out. Kudos to Matt Brash.
One run. He's allowed one run.
He's been awesome. He really has been just unbelievable. You know what? If he'd been, Matt Brash could have been an all-star. I guess he shows up too late in the year to make it happen. But he could have been an all-star.
I think it's hard for non-closers. I was sitting here saying Gabe Spire could be an all-star, but it's hard when you don't have the saves.
Brash is just so freaking nasty. I mean, he's just so nasty. All right, Mitch Garver. So two of those three guys have not played a role in this team at all. J.P. Crawford has been very intriguing, not just good, but he's been an important part. Logan Gilbert, always intriguing. Robles hasn't played, so he was number 5 on this list. Randy up and down.
Luis Robles?
Huh?
On the list that you sent last night, you even called him Luis.
Well,
Robles.
it was not I just cut and paste, right? Cut and pasted it from the other time. Yeah, Victor. Randy Arozarena was number 4.
It's intriguing.
Bryce Miller should be intriguing, but really hasn't been a big part of this season. Brian Wu. Now, I got that one right at number 2. Brian Wu, I got absolutely right. He's been a big part of our conversation. And then Julio, of course, at number 1. But the most intriguing part of this Mariner team, the best conversations, the biggest reason to watch, the most interesting, intriguing part of this year has been, without a shadow of a doubt, Cal Raleigh. And then the records he's breaking and the players that he is passing. The dude is fascinating right now. Every day it's, he passed Mickey Mantle. He passed Johnny Bench. He's passing Junior. He's passing Bonds. Like, the names that we're talking about in regards to Cal is incredible. And then the way he impacts the entire game. Brock, I think that might be what jumps out to me most. So he calls every pitch. He keeps his pitchers emotionally regulated in different ways during every game. He catches everything. His ability to just catch the baseball is phenomenal. You know what else he does really well? Any ball that is hit in front of the plate, Cal gets to and throws the guy out. He is lightning quick on his feet and able to throw those guys out. By the way, speaking of quick, he's going to steal 10 bases, at least. And then he just completely changes the way the other pitchers have to approach Julio and whoever's hitting behind him, Randy, Polanco, etc. He's just always lurking in the lineup, and it means teams have to call on better relievers early or throw strikes to avoid him or put more men on base for Randy. It just he is absolutely changing every game he plays in.
He has not just become the star that we needed in this market. He's becoming one of America's baseball stars. He's joining the conversation with Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani. He's joining that level of stardom.
The big three right now.
Yes, when this All-Star game happens next week down in Atlanta and the Home Run Derby happens, it is going to be captivating to see Cal Raleigh hit right-handed and left-handed and do things, as you mentioned, as a switch hitter that Mickey Mantle you've got to go back to. He's become so. We clamored for a star. Who's going to be a star in our market? Cal Raleigh's become a star of all of baseball. And you could argue right there with Aaron Judge and with Shohei Ohtani at the All-Star game of the must-see. I got to see this guy. I got to see what this Cal Raleigh dude is all about. Think about that. When they all head to Atlanta, like the big, and he's by far, by the way, the most like nonchalant, reflect on everybody else, don't make it about me.
Yeah, I got a cut that I wanted to play. I actually think it goes beyond that. He's not just don't make it about me, because Cal's done a lot this year. I mean, you watch a Mariner baseball game, and I don't know how many times I've seen the Cal travel agency commercial where he's talking about the baguettes, right? I mean, like, you see Cal and Dan in a commercial together. Like, you see a lot of Cal.
I mean, he had 9 walk-up songs about his booty.
Right. You get, Cal going on with the Pardon My Take guy. I mean, like, Cal's making the rounds. He's doing all of that. Yep. But when he was announced as an all-star by Dan Wilson in the clubhouse and asked for a speech, this is the first thing Cal says.
Thank you guys, and sorry for the last 3 days. I know it's been really, really annoying with all the Cal stuff. It's all over now. So.
He goes on from there.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. I want to apologize. The dude was just named the starting catcher in the All-Star game. And this isn't one of those, like, kind of phony apologies.
Right.
He means it. Like, hey, I'm really sorry you had to deal with all the Cal stuff the last couple of days. I'm sure that's annoying. It's over. We'll move on now.
Yes.
What a dude.
But thank you guys, staff and players. You guys have been awesome all year, and it's definitely an honor and a dream come true. And but I think it's gonna be a lot more fun in October. Win a World Series for you guys. So thank you.
Yeah, we played some of that last week. So played some of that last week, and Brian Walters. Around a different cast of stars with the Seahawks. Those guys weren't terribly apologetic about the attention and the fame and Russ and Richard and Earl. And I guess there's probably a little, as we said, a little Bobby, a little Cam. I think those would be the two stars that would be a little bit like Cal. Like, hey, man, not about me. Let's make it about the other people legitimately. Let's make it about the other people in the room. And I don't need all the shine.
Yeah, I see a little more Bobby than Cam. I understand the comp. I see a lot. I see a lot of Bobby. Yep. If I had to kind of make I see a lot of Bobby Wagner with the sort of vocal leadership and the way he kind of didn't necessarily
all that he's asked to do.
Yeah, kind of steps up into it, and I think I probably see more Bobby than anyone else.
Yeah. And I think it was Gary Hill last week I asked, and I said, with all that Cal is doing, then we can have this conversation with Passan, because last week the word Passan used repeatedly, Salk, he'll use again tomorrow, and that's unprecedented. I mean, this is unprecedented stuff that you're seeing a catcher do. And it is why I think this MVP conversation is compelling, even though Judge, if you look at his numbers, it is Barry Bonds steroid-esque. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like 480 on base, 780 slug. I mean, it's ludicrous. But I asked Gary, I said, hey, man, do the baseball writers know? Like, more than the fans. And the fans voted, and they came out and voted, and he was right there with Judge in the vote with over 1 million votes and yada, yada. But do the baseball people know how much more this guy has to do, on a day-to-day basis, how much more he's got to do than just simply play right field and go get 4 hits.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I think that the argument, I agree with you, and certainly you know how I feel about Yankees getting, their accolades and how obnoxious it all is. Cal has to do a lot more. There's no doubt. More. I mean, he's essentially doing two jobs instead of one. Correct. And he's doing it in a much harder ballpark to hit in. I think what you would argue the other way, if you were making the argument for Judge, I think you probably have to say, yeah, but he's doing it with the scrutiny of New York. And while he doesn't have the secondary job of preparing a pitching staff, he's got to deal with that media, and that is almost a job in and of itself, talking to the New York media every day and kind of keeping everything on the up and up with them. It doesn't equal it out. I think that's sort of the best I would argue. And he gets to play all his games in Mickey Mouse ballpark. I mean, he gets to hit home runs over the dumpy, stupid right field porch. That thing is such a joke.
Well, Cal's going to get 3 days in it. Hopefully he's going to get some pitches to hit. So, and then he's going to get to go to Detroit, and he's going to get to continue to make this name and make Cal Raleigh just a relevant name, not in Seattle, but in all of baseball.
I saw that there was a baseball manager fired over the weekend. It was in Washington, but I was shocked it wasn't Kansas City. I cannot believe what I witnessed on Thursday at the game. I can't believe it. I'm at the game. It's 2nd and 3rd after a wild pitch. Julio strikes out, so there's 2 outs in the 9th. The Royals are up 1. Cal comes up, and they don't walk him?
And they pitched to him.
That was, I mean, it worked, but my Lord. If Cal had a hit there or a home run or whatever and won the game, that guy should be fired immediately, right? Like, it just clearly you don't belong here.
Well, I think the only challenge for as hot as Cal has been, the guy that was sitting behind him that night, has been even hotter.
Well, even not at that point he wasn't.
4 home runs. Oh, yeah, against Kansas City, yeah.
Dude, I wouldn't.
He started out with 2 home runs and then a home run.
Come on, Brock. Come on. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Plus, it would have been righty on righty versus instead of righty left. Like,
Kuiper me.
Huh? Brock, come on. That was completely absurd. I was at the game. I was like, am I actually watching this happen? What is this guy doing? Cal's going to destroy this baseball. Anyway, Cal's intriguing, in case you're wondering. He's been the biggest source of conversation we've had regarding this team this year, and by far, your most intriguing Mariner.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Heward breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, there was some big breaking Seahawks news last week. What was it?
Yeah, this is something we didn't even talk about last week. We talked about a bunch of other topics. We didn't even get to the white road throwback unis. And you know what I loved putting on, Salk, as much as any uniform? We had some good ones back in the day, not going to lie. It's really funny. You met and hung out with Coach Heward at the wedding reception. And I don't know if you noticed, Julie dressed Peg and Mike, and they look good that night.
Oh, is that who dressed them?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, Julie's a fashionista now. She does some of that for a living, and she put that whole ensemble together. And Coach Mike maybe looked the best I've ever seen him look in the whole, like, I don't know, checkerboard, like blue sport coat. He was looking good. Coach Heward liked his uniforms in high school. He did. Every year we would change it up, and we had some dope uniforms. UW, unfortunately, I didn't ever get to wear the gold helmet, nor really the gold pants, and that really sucked. So my favorite uniform I ever put on, the silver pants, the white jersey, silver Seahawk helmet. I put that baby on. I'm like, yeah, look good, feel good. Unfortunately, still can't play good. But I love that uniform. And there was a huge response in the social realms as you saw Jackson Smith and Jigba in it and a bunch of other guys like, bro, that's gonna as good as the throwback blue unis look, and they look really sharp and really good. I am telling you, that road white throwback uni, that is sweet.
Question number 2. I gotta tell you, that's not what I thought I didn't know what this question was going to say. What was the breaking news?
Yep.
Brock, what would be the Seahawks equivalent of Julio making the All-Star game?
I think it is the number of times that Bobby Wagner was just all-pro. After all-pro, where there were some seasons in there that if you really watch the tape, and I know my defensive buddies that are on the pre- and post-game radio show and some others in town that really understood football would look at it and go, hold on just a second. Like, not taking on blocks, kind of going under blocks. Like, there's a lot of tackles. but the defense is really porous, right? You're the 30 whatever ranked rush defense again and again and again. It wasn't all Bobby's fault, and there were challenges and issues in front of him. And how many times did I say to you, Salk, like, you want a completion on third down? Just check it down. Just reading, reacting in his own
many
coverages.
times, by the way.
Maybe 100,000 times. Like, yeah, there was just some challenges there, but it was a credibility. And he was a star, and he's a 99 on the Madden game, and he's got gold cleats, and he has just, been consistently available in posts, game after game, season after season, and people know the name, and you're going to get to be a Pro Bowler, even if some other guys are actually game tape wise, maybe a little more deserving at that age and that stage. But yeah, I think we'll get into Julio a little bit more, but to me, that would be some of the comp. Is it just built on such a reputation and such a star power that you're going to get the nod over some guys that may be actually outperforming you on the field?
I think there's some legitimacy to that. Question number 3. Who's the UW Husky, Brock, making first-round mock drafts for next year?
Yeah, is there wide receiver, Mr. Boston?
Yeah, heard that name a lot.
Yeah, I will say this, man.
David Boston?
Not related. No, I told you that, right?
Yeah.
Did I tell you about that in the production meeting?
What?
So
you asked about it?
Oh, no. We had the Huskies.
Oh, no.
At Iowa, okay? So this is why you have production meetings the night before. And we're going through it, and our tape guy, who's in charge of graphics, puts together and just kind of shows us the 15 or 20 different graphics. And he was like, oh, yeah, Boston is dad, in like the lineage. And I was like, hold on a second. I have been in the Seattle market. This kid played at Emerald Ridge High School in Puyallup. Like, that's David Boston's son? And so
for those of you who don't remember David Boston, he was the biggest, most jacked wide receiver of all time.
He was DK Metcalf before DK Metcalf.
He might have been bigger. I mean, he was too big. Like, he
6'4",
eventually couldn't really play the position.
Yeah, he was a little taller than DK. He wasn't quite as yoked, but he was, like, broad. I mean, he looked like
he was wider.
Michael Cage. I mean, he just was, like, shoulders wider than our table. Like, he was gigantic.
He really was.
But I'm sitting there at the table like, hold on a second. And I didn't say anything because I'm, like, embarrassed. I'm like, oh, my gosh. Have I done my radio show? Have I done all of this? Did I do a Husky game and not know that this was David Boston's son? So I don't bring it up. We finish up the meeting, and I'm like, okay, hold on a second. Because I'm on Wikipedia. I'm like, are we sure that's David Boston's son? Oh, and then for the rest of the year, we just killed Gilbert because he was dead wrong. Don't make assumptions. Yeah. But he's his wide receiver is kind of late first round projection. Jonah Coleman, the running back's a guy worth watching. Not going to be a first-round pick by any means, but there's some star power, man. There's some draft capital on this roster, and with Damon Williams at QB, the momentum's certainly moving the right way. All
right, that is today's version of Blue 88. Speaking of large NFL players and their sons. Whoa. How about that Brandon Jacobs video that's out there? Now, if you know me, you know how much I love a big running back. I loved Brandon Jacobs. Loved that dude when he was with the Giants. I mean, just knocking people over. Where did he go to college? Was he a Wisconsin guy?
No. He was Northeast guy, I thought.
Maybe. I don't have to figure that out. I don't remember. But that guy was.
You keep talking.
I remember saying just like, oh my God, this is like my perfect running back. Like, I love me some Brandon Jacobs. And there's video of him with his kid. His kid is like towering above him and like weighs 100 more pounds. He's gigantic. And he's what, in college?
Yeah, he's a redshirt freshman, I believe, at Clemson.
Jeez.
Yeah, Brandon went the old Southern Illinois to Coffeyville Community College to Auburn University.
There we go.
And his route to the New York Football Giants. Yeah, I was actually more impressed that he was still doing like plyo jumps with med balls in the South Carolina humidity.
Yeah.
And his son, and I've said this to you before, and it's maybe largely inappropriate, but many times I like to look at these guys and on rosters, the sons of the former players. I'm like, well, he married a cheerleader. Oh, yep. That former lineman's got a receiver for a son or a DB for a son. Oh, not Brandon Jacobs. To have a big boy like that, that's some big genetics involved because it's 6'7", 330, and dwarfing. It made Dad look like a dwarf.
He really made his dad look
little
small.
Guy.
It was crazy. Yeah. I mean, he is a Brandon Jacobs was huge.
Did you see all the sons of former players that are going to be at Notre Dame from this?
No.
2026?
No, what do we got?
Jerome Bettis, Larry Fitzgerald, Jermichael Finley, and Plexico Burris all have sons playing wide receiver in 2026 at Notre Dame.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a lot. Dude,
That's
what
gonna
does the Bus's kid look like? Is he good?
That's going to be a competitive receiver room.
Is Jermaine Bettis' kid good? Is he big
Jermaine?
like Bettis?
Did you say Jermaine?
Huh?
Bettis? Did you say Jermaine Bettis? Jerome Bettis.
Jerome. That's what I meant.
Jeez, get that right.
Dude, I've been sleeping until 10 o'clock every single day for the last week.
He's 6'1", 208, so not quite as...
Yep, cheerleader. Very cheerleader.
Oh, my gosh.
I've been sleeping until 10, Brock. I'm not here to get names right. I've gotten like 5 names wrong already this morning. All right. We will talk some Julio All-Star stuff at 8:30, I promise.
Is Lyle going to rant?
Huh?
Lyle going to rant? We kind of fell into this last week. Lyle's rants.
Lyle may rant a little bit at 8:30, but we got Lyle all worked up earlier, and I think I agree with him. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston, so that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with 0 investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Seattle Children's is leading the fight against pediatric cancer with groundbreaking research in immunotherapy. It reprograms a child's own T cells to hunt down and destroy cancer. It's hope, powered by science. But here's the truth. Pediatric cancer research is drastically underfunded. That's why Safeway is stepping up, and you can too. G. Scott here, asking you to say yes to donating to Immunoheroes next time you're at Safeway checkout. Together, we can help fight cancer for all kidkind.
And now, tales of another way. You're packing for a trip. Stuffing clothes in a suitcase works mostly. But such chaos in your carry-on. Then you try packing cubes. Organization? Meet harmony. Sometimes another way is the better way. Like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads, plus provide better access to the ports. It's open now. Try it free through summer. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
Are you road trip ready? Bucky's Complete Auto Repair will make your car safe and dependable with expert service and old-fashioned care. Brakes, oil change, factory service, and more. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Bucky's.com.
Upgrade your view and comfort with Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Buy 1 window or door, get the second at 50% off through July, and enjoy 12 months same as cash financing. For details, visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
It doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
All right, let's see. We're rolling through here today on the Brock and Salk Show. 9 o'clock, an hour from now, Lyle is going to take center stage, Brock, and do the first of his Mariner draft previews. He's going to do them all this week, leading up to the Major League Baseball draft, which the Mariners have the 3rd pick in, so that's pretty cool. And Lyle knows about some of these potential picks, and he's going to preview them for us every day at 9, so I think he'll be awake by then, which is good. And then Adnan Virk's going to join us at 9:30, so we'll talk some more baseball with our buddy Adnan, who's great. Yeah, we actually got Lyle kind of fired up this morning, and I think I'm with him. Like, I got kind of fired up too. More throughout this whole Joel Sherman idea, and I know you guys talked a little bit about it last week, of potentially making a deal for Ronald Acuna Jr.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it fires me up. Let me start everything by saying I don't think the Braves will trade Acuna.
No, they won't.
They won't. There's just no reason to. Like, their core is too good to trade, and I appreciate what Joel Sherman is saying here.
Because Acuna, in this marketplace, without offensive players of this stature, you can make the Juan Soto trade. Who can I make the Juan Soto trade with? Now I got to talk to the Seattle Mariners, who've made the playoffs 1 time since 2001, are the only of the 30 teams that has never made the World Series. They're about to let the zombie Astros win the division again because they haven't taken advantage. Their right field, you're welcome. Their right field production is the worst in the sport.
All right, so first of all, give Joel Sherman credit. I think he might be the only New Yorker who knows the Mariners exist. He's always in and around various Mariner conversations, thinks about them, talks about them, etc. He might be the only person there who ever does that, but whatever. He brings this up. The difference, I think, between the Juan Soto trade and the idea of trading Acuna, Juan Soto is on a bad team.
Mm-hmm.
The Braves are not playing well this year. Obviously, the numbers aren't good, but they're still, for all of their problems, they're a positive run differential team. They have a very good nucleus still. Like, I just don't believe they're in the same spot the Nationals were a couple of years ago.
No, and Acuna's got the most team-friendly contract, right? They'd make that deal because they don't.
3 more years at $17 million.
Yeah, yes. Soto wanted $17 million for a month. Like, I mean, seriously, like he was not going to, and ended up ultimately getting his $700 million or whatever it was here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, gigantic differences. I'll say this, and not to buzzkill A, the segment, or B, the whole Acuna thing. I will say this: the Braves are 39-50. I mean, they're having a really rough year. They do need some help. the Mariners do and could match up from a farm system standpoint to replenish, some of their roster, some of their needs. Don't give me Acuna. Give me the guy that you've got signed up for the next 4 years at 20 per year that's played in this division, and you put Olson at first base on this roster, in this lineup, you become a World Series contender.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to me, that's the one.
They're going to trade him?
Well, I mean, you're not going to trade the youth of Acuna. If you truly want a little bit of a reset, if you want to free up $80, $100 million on your books, right, with what's looming down the road, and
if you're the Mariners, you're not giving up nearly as much. I mean, the Acuna conversation gets interesting to me because of how much you probably are willing to give up to get him. Like, that's why I think that conversation's interesting. Like, okay, Colt Emerson on the table. For Acuna, on the table, right? In fact, everyone's on the table. George Kirby on the table. Julio Rodriguez on the table. Like, you have to start saying, like, for a guy like Acuna at 27 years old on an affordable deal for 3.5 years, everyone is on the table. Like, that's what makes that conversation to me interesting. You're right. Olsen is a little bit more realistic. I don't see the Mariners taking on that kind of salary for him. Not after you had plenty of other options of guys who were younger than him that you could have given that money to just over the last year or so. I mean, like, to me, I would rather at that point.
He feels like Freddie Freeman to me. He feels like a left-handed, absolute difference-making.
It's funny. I would rather trade for Naylor than him. I would rather.
Matt Olson?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You love Matt Olson. See, I've never been totally sold on Matt Olson.
His contract's not crazy either. He's making $22 million a year for a guy that's, on pace to have another 5-win season.
For the next 4 years, you have that just locked down. That guy.
I mean, look, you could convince me. It depends, obviously, on what you'd have to give up. Mm-hmm. I would rather go short term there and then kind of give up less and then figure it out down the road. I don't know that I'd want to if I'm giving up premier prospects, I don't know whether I'm doing it for Matt Olson. They decided not to do it a couple of years ago when he was a rental, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Look, it's certainly another idea.
Well, they're an intriguing team, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Acuna's got much, realism. Reached out to some folks, as I'm sure you did, and it was like they have gotten zero indication.
You don't even need to reach out to me. Just look at logic. Logic says there's no reason for them to trade him.
Zero indication that the Braves have ever felt like with their young core of difference makers are going to let talent out the door. Yet they're 39-50. I mean, that's a team that I keep watching in the standings and will watch for the next week to 2 weeks, that if they are totally out of this thing, what is a way to reset it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a group that's been pretty good at developing some youth and developing their guys like Acuna, right, and some others. And they may just feel like they do need a reset in that division and in that league that is much, much stronger with the Giants and the Dodgers and, right, the Mets and yada, yada, yada. Like, I'll be watching the Braves. We've always kind of looked to the Orioles in the American League. The Braves are the team in the National League.
I found the Braves. I don't disagree with you. And Olsen would be, I mean, you look at the home run numbers and, virtually every year he's at 30 plus. Mm-hmm. And if it's not, it's 29. I mean, like he's a 30 home run hitter almost every year. I still would be shocked if the Braves traded anybody. Other than Ozuna and, some of their guys that are just on expiring contracts. And I don't see the Mariners being very interested in Ozuna. Mm-hmm. So it could happen. He's an interesting character, obviously, and Acuna is a huge name.
And Austin Riley as well, right?
Austin Riley we talked about last offseason. But if you're the Braves and you've got all those guys,
right?
Why are you trading them away like that? Those are really good players and a really good nucleus. Obviously, this year hasn't worked. But to me, like when you've got good players, that good a nucleus, and it's not working, that's a conversation about your manager. That's a conversation about what you're doing to fill in around the edges. Mm-hmm. That's a conversation about your major league pitching, some injuries. It's not hey, let's trade away our nucleus.
I'm kind of in a different boat than you guys. I don't think this Braves core is the team that it was anymore. Like, first off, Albies is having a really brutal year. Michael Harris, brutal year. Austin Riley, this is the second year in a row he's not the same Austin Riley anymore. Paired with the fact that Albies and Ozuna are going to hit free agency, you've got like 2 to 3 above average bats max in that lineup and a pitching staff that's been injured and You got an aging Chris Sale. And the fact that they're bad. I don't know. Like, I'm not saying the Braves are going to go openly shop Ronald Acuna, but this is not the team I think it was the last few years, paired with the fact that, look, if you're the Mariners and you want to make that happen, you have to make the Braves pick up the phone and say yes. They're not going to shop them, but you'd have to make a package up where they'd say yes.
So how do you do that?
Like what we talked about. You're going to have to ship off a ton of your high-end prospects. It may cost big league pitching, but I think it should all be on the table at this point, because then you're talking about 4 chances at a playoff run with Acuna, Cal, Julio, and still most of that rotation intact.
There's nothing about you would get irrational over Ronald Acuna Jr. I think that is true. I would get irrational. You would get irrational. The Mariners should get irrational. He's that kind of player. Brock, you bring up Matt Olson. He's a really good player. And I would get very rational in talking about a deal for Greg Olson. But he's not in that irrational conversation. Does that make sense? Yeah. Matt Olson, Greg Olson. Jesus. I'm all over the place today. Jeez, I should just go home. We should just call it. I should just call it a couple hours early. I haven't gotten a name right all day.
Nice try.
Let me throw one more thing.
Like 0 for 8?
I'll throw one more thing out there that I threw out there in the 6 a.m. hour for a reason you could make this rational again. So first off, when I say the Braves are not the same team, they're 24th in runs scored right now, and they're bottom 10 in the league in OPS, paired with 11 of their top 12 prospects on MLB Pipeline are pitchers. Their one offensive prospect is an 18-year-old in rookie ball. So in English terms, offensive reinforcements for the Braves are not coming. So if they decide they want to reset, they would probably look at a lot of the Mariners' young prospects that are bats.
I like it all. You guys, great points. I don't see the Braves trading their core, but I love it. I love the conversation. That's what the trade deadline to me is all about. And it's okay to dream about guys that you might not be able to get. On the other hand, if they don't get Acuna and they don't get Olson because those guys don't get traded, let's not kill the Mariners at the end of the trade deadline and be like, why didn't you go get Acuna? Like, well, because he wasn't available. Now, if he goes somewhere else, or Matt Olson goes somewhere else and you didn't get involved and you weren't able to take that on, that's a different conversation at that point. All right. Let's see. Lyle, a lot more from Lyle coming at 9 o'clock. He's fired up today, and we're going to let him do some draft previews. At 9, I have to answer a question of yours, Brock, at 8:30. Plus, we'll debate Julio, the All-Star. So stick around. It's Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports on 710 and 97.3 HD2.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston, so that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and I've had my share of some sports injuries over the years. In fact, today I'm going to help Haley and Dylan load up their U-Haul, and my back will probably get a little sore with some pain, but you don't have to play pro sports or football to know what I'm talking about. I know that many of you woke up this Monday morning with painful joints from arthritis, and it affects you. It affects your quality of life. You don't want to do anything. Well, that is where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, that's where he's ready for your phone call. 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000. He has seen so many patients suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis, so don't let pain stop you from enjoying your life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, yes, including stem cell therapy. Many have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine train. Not Dr. Nelson. This has been his passion. This has been his heart in medicine for well over 30 years. So make that call. If you had a 4th of July that was just kind of wrecked and you couldn't go out and do the things you wanted to do because you were in too much pain, call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
Values have to be within your leadership staff, right? And then that filters down into the rest of your staff.
We're together, we are a team, and without that thought process, you're sunk.
I still revert back to, if I work at a location and I'm willing to have my son work at this location, that should tell you a great deal. I didn't steer my son away, I steered my son to it.
They call it the Lee Johnson Auto family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family.
As much as I'd love to think that they trust me, yeah, our family name is trusted, but it's because of those individual interactions with our people that those folks have had over the years. That's where they build their trust with the relationship.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors. When you hear Harley Exteriors, think windows manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest climate. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help you with your home's resale value. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. In July, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments, no interest for 12 months, and an additional $200 off your entire project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Immaculate greens, unrivaled natural beauty, championship caliber conditions. Loomis Trail is the epitome of Northwest golf. With water in play on nearly every hole and tree-lined fairways, Loomis Trail provides a fantastic golf experience for those that want a challenge and those looking for a fun getaway. What round are you up for? Tee times available online at golfloomis.com. Start planning your perfect golf getaway today.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the Mariners just come at you, man. And when they do, they come at you with starting pitching, one after another, after another, after another, after another. Just amazing. Just amazing what they did this weekend. Shutting out the Pirates over the course of 3 games. They barely threatened. Yesterday, it was George Kirby's turn.
Kirby, a little shrug of the shoulders. Now set, winds, the 2-2. Swung on and missed, got him. George Kirby, strikeout number 9. He goes 1, 2, 3, and the 6. He has been awesome today against the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's kept them off the board.
Yeah, 3 straight shutouts, Brock. 6 innings first from Wu, 7 from Castillo, 6 1/3 from Kirby. Bullpen takes it all 3 days from there, doesn't give up a run. They only gave up 10 hits in the series. Unbelievable pitching. Now, offense, not a ton of it after the first game, but Randy got it done yesterday.
Here comes the 2-0. Swung on, blasted, left field. It's on its way. It is gone. Randy Arozarena has broken the tie into the Pittsburgh bullpen.
Way into the Pittsburgh bullpen. No doubter as soon as he hit it. To me, it shows just how far Cal hit that ball on Friday. Because Randy's was a no-doubter, and it went to the back of the bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
Cal's went 3/4 of the way up in the second deck.
Yeah. Was that 6 home runs for Randy in those 7 games? 6 home runs in 7 games.
Yeah.
After he had won the previous whole month. Baseball is a funny game. I'll say this about these Mariners in 2025. The word unprecedented we've used more than maybe any season since we've been following them as closely as we have for 17 years. Unprecedented what Cal Raleigh's doing. Unprecedented Salk back-to-back shutouts. Never done before in the franchise's history.
Is that true?
Yes, they've never done that. Back-to-back shutouts. So for Brian Wu, unprecedented stuff. Every single outing, he's gone 6+ innings. One of the best in all of baseball. Why he's an all-star, and I know we'll get to those all-stars in a second. But man, this has been a special first half of the season for a bunch of individuals, and then collectively to go 11-6 in that 17-game stretch in 17 days,
Pretty
10
good.
of which are on the road. Exactly what they needed to do.
Unfortunately, the Astros were even better during that stretch, which is just shocking. And so the deficit is still 7 games in the West. Houston wins again yesterday. Really tough road trip coming up now. You go to New York, to the Bronx, and then to Detroit for 6 games against those 2 teams. Going to be not an easy road heading into the All-Star break.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
You mentioned the All-Stars, Brock. Let's shout them out. Brian Wu, Andres Munoz, Julio Rodriguez. We'll discuss them in depth coming up here in about 10 minutes, but all 3 will be joining Cal Raleigh in Atlanta for the All-Star festivities next week. Julio is 3rd, 2nd for Munoz, 1st for Brian Wu. 4 is the most they've had since 2018. First time they've had 4 under the age of 28. Obviously, Julio is the surprise here and the one that is being picked apart nationally. And you could make a pretty strong case for names like George Springer and some other folks as well. I'm not going to get bent out of shape about this, and we'll get into it more in a few minutes, but he's on pace for a 6.5 win season. He was great after the All-Star break last year, which I do think should matter. I've said that before. I think you should take into account the previous year. And he's a star, and it's the All-Star game. And, well, I think George Springer's a star, too. Certainly Julio Rodriguez is a star.
Yeah, we'll debate this, and I think there's a lot to this, and actually just trying to get into the psychology of Julio as well. Something Passon said last week still resonates in my head, so we'll dig into this in some depth. But you're a draft, develop, and trade organization. That's what you are. In these 4 All-Stars, you drafted and developed 3 of them. You traded for Munoz when he was young. You really developed him as well. What a testament. What a testament, really, to the organizational both drafting and developing and ultimately trading to have 4 young studs of that age, of that ilk, representing your ball club.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
It's a minor. Julio was not drafted, but the point remains. Obviously, he was internationally signed. Yep. Hey, so each year ESPN now has been doing these top 10 at each position, Brock, according to league executives, coaches, and scouts.
Okay.
Started with Ron. Remember last year we were talking through this, like, oh, DK's not in the top 10. He's not in the top 14. Like, well, we got running backs today. First one, running backs. How many Seahawks on the list?
In the top 10 running backs?
Yep.
0.
How about the honorable mentions? 4 of them. 2. 0.
Oh.
In fact, Ken Walker was the only name.
Well,
he was the last in others receiving votes.
Wow.
Number 21 on the running back list.
Wowzers.
Yeah. Surprising, right?
Very surprising, since Pro Football Focus, I think I told you, had them as a top 5 running back room. Pro Football Focus, those next level stats guys, and all the yards after contact, the tackles forced and missed, and
well, you want the you want the names?
All those metrics stand out. Yeah,
these are the names ahead of them: Saquon, Derrick Henry, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson, Christian McCaffrey. That's 5.
Josh. Hard to argue any of those guys.
Josh Jacobs, Jonathan Taylor, James Cook, Joe Mixon, Alvin Kamara. That's your top 10.
Yeah, some familiar names there. I think there's a little bit of popularity when you look at some of those guys. Certainly with
Honorable
the age
mentions.
and the strain.
Bucky Irving, Aaron Jones Sr., Devon Achane, Achane, Breece Hall, and James Conner. Also receiving votes, Kyron Williams, David Montgomery, Brian Robinson Jr., Chuba Hubbard, DeAndre Swift, and then Kenneth Walker.
All right, Seahawks, you're going to have some bulletin board material, because if this was your strongest position group, which I think in totality it was, there are going to be a lot of chips on a lot of shoulders in those position group meetings. Coming up here in less than 2 weeks, training camp gets going.
Chuba Hubbard.
There's some old dudes, man. Some beat up dudes on that list ahead of these guys.
Yeah, and that's sometimes what you get with coaches and scouts and people like that, executives. But there you go. That is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, Mariners have 4 All-Stars. The most they've had, as we said, since 2018. First time they've had 4, all under the age of 28. They get a couple of pitchers, couple of hitters. Want to give some props to all 4 of those guys, and then also talk through the Julio thing. Should Julio be an all-star? I say yes. Not everyone agrees. It's coming up next on Brock and Salk.
We've got some breaking news.
And the next offer on the way to Cal, swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Big Dumper is in the Derby.
Goodbye, baseball.
You're going to get tossed meatballs and stuff. All you got to do is connect. You have enough power. You got a big dumper. That ball is going to travel.
What would happen if you switched Cal and Judge? Like, what if Cal was doing this for the Yankees and Judge was doing this for the Mariners? Who's the MVP then?
Hear Cal Raleigh in the Home Run Derby Monday, July 14th, right here on Seattle Sports.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Home. Home is where you gather. With friends. With family.
Ball to right field. It continues. Jorge Polanco.
Sometimes even folks you don't know. But in a way, you do. Because you share at least one thing in common. And one thing can be pretty powerful when it's multiplied by 40,000.
Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Welcome home.
The next Mariners homestand gets started with an AL West showdown against the Astros July 18th to 20th. Don't miss your chance to catch Cal and the crew square off against their division rivals at T-Mobile Park. Then it's 3 straight Mariners value games versus the Brewers, July 21st to 23rd. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Do you find yourself searching the medicine cabinet for pills and sprays during allergy season? How about having to buy one more medication when the season hits? I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. We offer a solution that will save you time, money, and frustration. Rynair is a simple, minimally invasive procedure that significantly reduces postnasal drip and stuffiness. We're taking new patients in Federal Way and in Auburn. Come see us. Book your appointment at sternsinus.com.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with a Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
You got a pipe with a leak, water's reaching its peak.
DayandNight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
The throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
DayandNight.net.
Have a clogged drain, water heater issue, or plumbing repair, and wish you could get a second opinion? Maybe it's sticker shock, or you'd like to know your options. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Day and Night will provide you with a fair and honest quote, explain all your options, and help you with the right solution. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
DayandNight.net.
Dave Wyman joined by Dr. Daniel Landis from Swedish Cyberknife. Dr. Landis, when treating prostate cancer, what can patients expect during Cyberknife treatment?
So the Cyberknife treatment's an outpatient procedure. Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
That's incredible. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here, and the opening day for the hotel is August 8th. Book now for an unforgettable summer experience. Go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, let's celebrate these guys. 4 Mariner All-Stars, Brock. There's a debate here, certainly, and we'll dig into it, but I think it's worth just saying. All 4 of these guys, pretty freaking cool. 4 All-Stars for the first time since 2018. They're all young. There's a decent chance that all these guys are continuing to get better. Cal, obviously, having the breakout, insane, unbelievable superstar season. Brian Wu, as consistent as anybody and absolutely deserving of being an all-star. And then Andres Munoz has been nearly perfect. God, you could almost put Matt Brash on here as well. J.P. Crawford, I think, has an outside case. Unfortunately, the position, I think, is going to make it hard for J.P. But, yeah, in a world where everybody gets one, so it's hard because you got to throw a random White Sox on there and you got to throw, like, it gets hard, right? Some of these guys end up getting put on that aren't entirely deserving, and that shrinks the roster. Getting 4, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, and it just feels real, right? You go back and you look at all these different All-Stars through the years, and you can see, like, when the organization made a turn from Nelly and Robinson Cano, and just kind of from, all right, that level of veteran player and that older team kind of peaked, and we're going to reset this thing. And, you know, to see just your pitchers every single year, to see a Kirby and a Logan Gilbert and now Brian Wu, right, all get to that All-Star game to see Mooney in back-to-back seasons. So you see it on the pitching side, to see it on the positional side with your homegrown guys. Julio, you signed as a teenager, and Cal, you drafted in the 3rd round, to see those guys drafted and developed, and in Cal's case, become one of the 3 best players in all of baseball. It is a day, I think you celebrate. And it was sure nice to have a 5-2 homestand, take care of business, to get here at 48 and 42, be a game out of the top spot in the wild card, right, to kind of have some momentum going as well. It feels good, and tough road trip, no question. The Bronx and Detroit, probably 2 of the hardest places you could go before the All-Star break, but man, this team's been a pretty resilient fighting crew. So definitely a day yesterday to celebrate those 4 guys.
Well, so just to go through them individually, and we'll do Julio last so we can kind of dig into that conversation. But starting with Cal, I mean, we spent a bunch of time an hour ago talking through how Cal is the most intriguing Mariner. I objectively hysterical that I said he wasn't in the top 10. He has been the most interesting conversation about this team. He's the most interesting part of this team. And that's not a shot at the team. It's a compliment to Cal. He has been the most interesting conversation, the biggest thing to watch.
So how has he done that? Just to take a step back.
I don't have any idea.
Did it feel any different in the spring? Did it look any different?
No.
There's times you see these guys and maybe the biggest case was Chris Carson a few years ago. When Chris Carson came back,
Looked
with
different.
15 pounds of extra muscle, and you're like, oh goodness gracious, this guy's ready to run through walls. And, you kind of see, or you could see Russell Wilson in 2012, like, wow, the way that season ended, I can't wait for 13. Was there any sense whatsoever at spring training?
Well, obviously not from me.
That this
Well, I mean, Cal talked about
difference.
that with McAfee, if you guys want to listen.
No, not really. I mean, I actually had a pretty bad spring training in general. So it's kind of funny how it goes sometimes. I was trying to get ready for the season like a normal year, and things started clicking, early on, and just kind of stayed the course. Really, I think when you play 162 games, it's a lot. It's a lot mentally, it's a lot physically, and a lot can change. And throughout a season, you go through a lot of ups and downs. And when you go through those downs, you can't really kind of stray off the path. So I think that's the biggest difference for me this year is, in the past I've tried to change things or maybe try to make adjustments that weren't technically needed. And this year, I've just really trusted the plan and what I've been trying to do.
Okay, so that's it. I'd say there's 3 other tangible things. I'd say health's a part of this, because the last couple of years, he played through a torn ligament in his thumb for the last month and plus and even a playoff run, right? He just was really battered and beat up over the course of last season, too. Feels, even though he's played a ton of games, he's been able to DH a bunch, thanks to Mitch being here, and he just feels and looks fresh. That's 1. I think 2, experience, right? Just experience does help. That I've been down this road. I kind of know how to do it. It kind of hit to his point right there. And then lastly, a torpedo bat on both sides of it. To think that is a 0 factor would be hard for me to imagine. It's a piece of equipment that you feel good about. Like, it's a great driver. It's a great wedge. It's a great putter. It's a great, I'm feeling great with this. And whether it's placebo, whether it's real, whether, getting more mass within his swing to a certain part of that swing, to the barrel of it, whatever, those are some tangible things. But yeah, man, to do this, to be the best catcher in the history of baseball in the first half of a season, pretty darn remarkable.
Yeah, I don't have an answer to the question of why now, other than the word and all your thoughts are.
Oh, by the way, a contract too. Let's sort of that is, and maybe a 4th that we don't think has any tangible impact, that it's just money, but to get security of nearly $100 million as well, to change your agents right in the off season to go get a deal done. I think you'd probably have to throw that at least in the hopper as well, of something being a little bit different, right? To not have to have any concern and any worry about that for the years and years and years and years to come.
Yeah. Consistency is the word I would use. I think that's probably the word I would use, is consistency, just because we've seen him even in the minors have these moments, these weeks where he puts it together and looks like, the greatest hitter in baseball. And he did that, right? Remember those days where we'd be like, hey, look, another crazy Cal week where he's got 5 home runs or whatever for AA. Well, he's doing it now, right? I mean, he's just doing it, it feels like every single day, and he's done it now over the course of the season. So Cal, obviously, just unbelievable. For Brian Wu, that's the word again, right? Isn't it consistency there also?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Durability, posting, every time out. You know, we started to see this last year, right? This is one, whereas Cal feels like a little bit out of the holy cow, where did this come from? I think with Woo's second half and in particular close to last year, where his command was off the charts, where those whip numbers and every next level metric was ridiculous, you started to wonder and see. You just kind of put him behind Logan, because he was the all-star and the number one starter now. You kind of put him behind Bryce, because Bryce too had a second half last year that was uncommon. But to see Woo do this consistently every single outing, go 6+ innings this year for a guy who had real durability concerns the previous couple seasons, Salk, yeah, just phenomenal for him. And one of our favorites as well, because as you've said, is thoughtful and introspective and as non-cookie cutter as you're going to get to.
And he's the poster child here for your draft and development, right? I mean, Cal as well. Obviously, they've done a heck of a job drafting and developing him. And it was interesting hearing Aaron Goldsmith point out over the weekend that Joey Bart was the number 2 overall pick as a catcher for the Giants to replace Buster Posey. Mm-hmm. And you see him with Pittsburgh now, a franchise later, and he's nothing. I mean, like, he's not a good player. Cal drafted in the 3rd round of that same draft. Unfreaking believable. And as you said, one of the 3 best in baseball. So that's a testament to your drafting and developing. But I would say Woo is the ultimate, right? I mean, like, where he was selected later in the draft, barely pitched in college, tremendous job by Scott Hunter, and then the entire development staff. And specifically, because Woo mentioned it, I keep coming back to it, and that is the mental skills part of it. And he told us it really helped him kind of figure it out in the minors. And it feels like every single week he starts, we get a press conference from him or just a post-game scrum where he's saying something that makes me think he's just listening to his mental skills coach and applying it. The best example is when he talked about video game levels, trying to challenge himself throughout the year. Like, each inning gets a little harder, like another level in a video game. Hey, whatever you got to do. It feels like he's totally bought into that right now.
Yeah, and pretty cool reward, as it was for Kirby, as it was for Logan last year, right? Just really a reward for all of that work and all the sacrifice. And this has not been a linear path, right? There has been struggle throughout college. There's been struggle the last couple of years. I'm sure there was moments a season ago, especially in the first half of it, like, man, is this elbow going to hold up? Am I going to ever be able to do this thing consistently? And to just put a capital C on consistent here in his every single start out, pretty cool feather in his cap.
Here's what Cal had said about him before he was named to the All-Star team.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a rock, right? I mean, obviously, was it 17 starts or something, 6 innings? I mean, that's what a frontline guy does, and he's a stopper. So he's been that guy, that consistent, force in our rotation this year. And while we know we've had some injuries, and he stepped up big time, and he's taken that next step in his kind of career and taking ownership and who he is as a pitcher and how he wants to go about his business. And I'm very proud of him, and he's doing great things. I think he should be an all-star. So hopefully we find out Sunday or whenever it is they announce those. So.
Andres Munoz, in the meantime, Brock has.
Could I say one more thing about?
Yeah, go ahead. Sure, sorry.
Could it'd be funny is to talk to some of his Cal Poly teammates and be like, hey man,
right?
Could you ever imagine what do you have, like a 7 ERA at Cal Poly? Like, this dude's going to be a starter. This dude's going to have 17 starts of 6+ innings, 107 innings in the first half, a 0.95 whip. He's going to be a major league all-star at some point. What would his Cal Poly teammates say? Like, who?
No, he's not. No.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. I talked to Brooks Lee a little bit when the Twins were in town, who was a top 10 pick in his own right, who played with Woo at Cal Poly. And it was along those lines. He said, look, you could always see the stuff, but to see him put it all together like this is pretty amazing, pretty impressive.
All right, so Andres Munoz we'll give a few minutes to here as well. The numbers are absurd. The numbers last year were absurd when he was an all-star. They're almost better across the board. ERA last year, 2.12. This year, he's literally cut it exactly in half, 1.06. It's exactly one half of what it was a year ago, 1.06 as of this morning. He is giving up 1/3 as many home runs per 9 innings. Last year, 0.9. This year, 0.3. Walks are down from 3.9 per 9 to 3.4. Strikeouts are up just a tick from 11.7 to 11.9. It's not quite the 13 or 13 and a half that he had a few years ago, but still nearly 12 strikeouts per 9 innings. And then maybe, and obviously with those two numbers, this makes sense. The strikeout to walk is almost 3.5 compared to 3 a year ago. I mean, like, he's gotten better at everything. And he's converted already 21 saves. You know how many saves he had last year? 22. Isn't that crazy?
In the first half?
No.
In the first half?
He had 22 saves last year. Now, they used him differently, right? It was a little bit more of the put him in the biggest moment as opposed to use him traditionally in the ninth. But 21 saves already this year compared to 22 last year total. One of the big reasons the Mariners are where they are this year is the bullpen's just been a lot better. Munoz has been great both years, but you've had Matt Brash. Spire's been a different pitcher. Like, the bullpen's just been better this year.
Mm-hmm. So you can win these 1-0 games. So when those guys depart after 6 or 6 in the third, if you're not holding on as he did a bunch last year, especially into August and September of last year, when those injuries really derailed them. And Andres, of all these All-Stars, there just cannot be a sweeter human being. I mean, a humble. Talk about all those things with Cal. Andres is exactly the same kind of guy. I mean, just a gentle.
I hope his brothers drive again from Mexico.
Spirit.
Remember his brothers driving 38 hours or something to go see him last year? I hope they do that again to Atlanta. All right. Well, that leads you to Julio Rodriguez, who, and by the way, that means that 4 of the 5 starters in your rotation have now been All-Stars. Just incredible. It's another guy in your bullpen for a second year, and honestly, Matt Brash has been just as good as Munoz, just not for quite as long. And that leads you to Julio, who is now your 3rd-time All-Star, Julio Rodriguez. And, yeah, there's some people out there that are frustrated. And George Springer's probably got a pretty good case to be made that he's had a better season so far than Julio playing the outfield. There's a few guys. Joe Adell has a pretty good case. Who else is on the list of kind of snubs that could make a...
People talk about Ceddanne Rafaela.
Yeah, is another name. So there's some guys that can make the Red Sox center fielder. He's good. Okay. He can pick it. I think Julio's an all-star. I've been sort of arguing this on and off. It's funny because the offensive numbers aren't necessarily, great. And we've seen some of the ups and downs and struggles. But his WAR number is so high, Brock, because he just does everything else so well.
Yeah. Not his F-WAR number. His baseball reference number is pretty darn high because the other one is not. I was saying to I think Lyle last week, help me understand this because at that point I want to say Cal with the baseball reference WAR was a 4.5 and Julio was like a 3.9. I'm like, no. I'm watching this every day. This is not even close. You can't even put them in the same stratosphere. Sorry. I mean, that's just if that's the calculations, if that's the algorithm, then that algorithm is wrong because my eyes see it, the numbers see it, and there's just no way in the world that those two can be that close. F4 starts to get a whole lot more
That's
sensical. True. Yes, that starts to make...
They have him at 2.4 versus 3.4 for baseball reference. So, I mean, there's a full run difference.
And they
obviously
have Cal at nearly a 6 WAR player in that. Like, that feels about right. Cal feels about 3 times the player that Julio is this year. And I think Jeff Passan said this pretty well, Salk.
Yeah.
And this is why it's fairly polarizing. Maura cut this last week, and Jeff, again, all over it. We're so close to it, but Jeff, kind of talked about his process and his nerddom and how he goes about our segment each and every week. And about Julio, I think this is about as good a reasoning as there is for why this is such a polarizing conversation.
And it's interesting to look at the last 7 days of Julio Rodriguez every week because they are never the same.
Right.
Some weeks he has great power and struggles to get on base. Some weeks he's got a high batting average but a low slugging percentage. Some weeks his wins above replacement are lofted up there because of his defense. And I think what we've seen with Julio and the reason that we can't put our thumb on who is Julio Rodriguez is because we've never seen that consistent version of him that's doing the same thing week in, week out. And it's not like an inconsistency where you have like these valleys, these nadirs, and then these absolute huge peaks. It's usually just somewhere in the realm of, yeah, he was good this week.
Well, let me read you this from 425. Brock says the locals arguing that Julio shouldn't be in the game are the same people who wake up every day complaining about him with Julio derangement syndrome, and now they have to defend this stupidity against the rest of the country who are more objective about his talents in his age 24 season. Neither Cal nor Judge hit 190 in their age 24 season. Williamson is older than Julio.
Yep, that side of it. And then the other side of it is he's got the 128th best OPS in baseball. He's got a 695 on base plus slugging. He's hit one home run since May 27th.
How crazy is that?
He's hit one home run since May 27th.
Yeah.
His three peers that he's going to be getting on that plane with to Atlanta have been the opposite.
Yeah, there's
they have
no
been
doubt,
consistent,
Brock.
consistent.
There's no doubt when you look at Julio's season so far this year, and if you only look at his offensive numbers for this year, Julio Rodriguez is obviously not an all-star. The case to be made for Julio is A, his defense. It's been unbelievable. As good as anybody's in the game. And it matters. I mean, it's drastically affecting the numbers for his value. His base running, if and when he does get on base, he's a threat all the time. And then the next two things you have to argue are a little nebulous, and not everyone will agree with these. I have always said, and this is not a new thought because of Julio, I've said this for a decade plus. I personally look at what a player did in the second half of last year because I think it's relevant. If we're going to say that the second half of the year means more, why wouldn't we include it in your all-star voting? I would look at what he's done this year and what he's done since the all-star break last year. He had a very good second half last year and was incredibly productive as part of the Mariners' run late. I think that is part of it because I think what you do in August and September should matter more than what you do in April and May. So personally, I factor that in. I'm going to factor in his ballpark a little bit as well. And then I'm going to also just use the word that's at the, heart of all-star game, star. Julio is a star, and some of what he's accomplished in his career factors into this. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not necessarily saying that his numbers have been better than Adele or Springer or anybody else. And Springer's a star in his own right, so I'm a little surprised that
And
history
by the way,
doesn't get him in.
Toronto is having a tremendous year and sitting in first place. And
They
and
are
I think
now, though. I mean,
yeah.
when the All-Star thing was done, I don't know whether they had gone on their 9-game win streak or whatever it was. So maybe that didn't quite factor all the way in as well. Yeah, and George Springer will probably end up being on this team when it's said and done. It would be it's a snub right now. But I'm not I don't know. I'm happy for Julio. I think stars should be in the All-Star game, and Julio Rodriguez is a star, and I'm glad he's there.
Well, two other little nuggets here. His home road splits are drastic.
Yeah.
Home has been just brutal for him. Right? You look at, I mentioned earlier that OPS of 695. Out on the road, it's 795. I mean, out on the road, it's an all-star caliber offensive player with 7 home runs. At home, it's a 594 OPS with just 4 home runs. I mean, the ballpark has really affected him this year, and the home road splits are very, very telling in that regard. And
maybe that's why the rest of the country looks at him as hey, he's actually really good. Every time he shows up at my park, he looks great.
Yeah, and he may go on one of these little heaters before the All-Star break, and he may go to New York and hit one of those kind of chintzy right field home runs and then pull another one. I'll say this too, and this is my hope, and I know it was in Lyle's email last night. I hope he's an all-star because they want to incentivize him of being in that derby. They've not named the full complement of who's going to be in the home run derby 1 week from right now. I hope this little nod was hey man, you're going to be here anyway, and it would sure be nice to get your bat. And for this team, it would be really nice to get that swing path and get him going, because the Derby, for his swing and his production, has been a good thing in his career.
Yeah, I wanted to make kind of a proclamation about that while we're on the topic. Since he's going to be there anyway, I could not be more firm to believe this. He needs to do the Derby. Get the baseball off the ground, and doing the Derby and pulling fly balls in the air should do exactly that. By the way, you know what happened the last time he did the Derby? He happened to go on a 5-week stretch where he hit 414 with a 1,200 OPS. he was getting the ball off the ground.
And selfishly, I just want to see his BP thrower because that guy is superhuman. He's the greatest BP robot thrower, home run derby guy ever in the history of baseball. Oh, it's unbelievable.
I think it would help him.
Lyle, it's funny you say that because that was a Scott thing. I remember talking to Scott Service about that last year before the All-Star break, and him saying, "God, Julio's got to go do the home run derby because it helps him take the ball out in front and elevate it." That was specifically his point, and it's interesting you say the same thing because that was exactly what Scott thought. So I'll concur with both of you guys. I hope he does. Plus, it'd be pretty fun to have Julio and Cal. What if they take each other on in the Derby? How fun would that be? An all-Mariner Derby matchup?
Awesome.
The crazy thing is, and I hate to say it, I think I would pick Julio in that.
I might too. Yeah. He's done it. He knows how to do it. Now, Julio's also gotten tired late in those things, right? Like he's been really good in the first couple rounds and then faded a little bit late. Mm-hmm. So maybe it matters where they meet. But yeah, a Julio-Cal Derby matchup. Now, Cal does have the advantage of the switch hitter thing. I think it is an advantage, right, to switch halfway through. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's a disadvantage. Maybe you get into a groove and that takes you out of it.
And I'm worried about Scott. I'm not going to lie. Or Todd. Is it Todd Raleigh? What's his dad's name?
Todd.
Todd. Yeah, I'm worried about Todd. I think the pressure at that moment is
a lot of pressure.
He's
an ex-player, though. He's a minor leaguer, coach, etc.
He's got one son catching. He's got another one in the box.
How crazy is it that Cal has a 15-year-old brother?
How do you keep yourself together in that moment? I don't know. We'll see. It'll be worth
Imagine
watching.
Having kids 12 years apart.
I'm 11 years older than my sister.
I can't imagine, man. The idea, like, so my youngest is 11. The idea of having a baby next year is like the worst thing you could say. Like, I can't imagine doing that.
You got fixed?
Huh? Oh, heck yeah. Dr. Snip, baby. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to happen because the idea of another kid 11 or 12 years later, I love my kids. I had a blast hanging out with them over the last few days. I mean, like a lot of fun. I don't want any more of them, and I certainly don't want one now.
Your energy level in the mid-40s with a newborn?
No chance. No chance. Not even a chance of a chance. Oh, my gosh. All right. We got an hour to go, and Lyle is going to take center stage for a few minutes. We've done Seahawks draft profiles for years, but the Mariners have the number 3 pick in the baseball draft, and Lyle is going to do his first of 5 profiles next on Brock and Salk.
We've got some breaking news.
And the next offer on the way to Cal, swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Big Dumper is in the Derby.
Goodbye, baseball.
If you're going to get tossing meatballs and stuff, all you got to do is connect. You have enough power. You got a big dumper. That ball is going to travel.
What would happen if you switched Cal and Judge? Like, what if Cal was doing this for the Yankees and Judge was doing this for the Mariners? Who's the MVP then?
Hear Cal Raleigh in the Home Run Derby Monday, July 14th, right here on Seattle Sports.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The countdown is on.
16 days until Seahawks training camp.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
I watched like 2 hours of BattleBots last night. You ever watch any BattleBots?
What?
You ever see those battling robots? You never seen BattleBots?
No.
Lyle had never seen it either. Man, it's fun. These people design these like robots to attack each other.
I think I have.
That's awesome.
Flipping through the channel,
Like
some
remote control
like
deals.
Saw,
Yeah.
Some guy, yeah.
They all have saws and they spin and claws and stuff.
Yeah.
Cecily and I were watching it last
Howdy
night.
was really into that.
I can see that. Cecily's doing a whole
Gizmo magazine.
Gizmag. Cecily's doing like a whole BattleBots camp this week, so she's going to be off learning to design things to destroy me later. Lyle has been preparing vigilantly for the baseball draft, and the Mariners have the number 3 overall pick. Lyle, for each day this week, is going to give us a profile of a player that the Mariners could draft. Lyle, I'm going to challenge you to do a whole profile all week without using the words or whatever. That's your goal. can you do each profile all week long? See, I'm trying to throw him off his game ahead of time. Can you do each profile without saying or whatever?
Is that my crutch, the way you use etc.?
Yeah.
Do you want me to do like a little if we hear it?
I think so. Yeah, just to make him a little nervous. Lyle, tell us who the Mariners could draft at number 3.
Or whatever.
Okay. So let me give everybody a little bit of a preview into the MLB draft in case anybody doesn't know. It's not like when the Bears picked at number 1 in 2024 and you're just going to break guys down where you say, okay, we're going to talk about Caleb Williams, we're going to talk about Jaden Daniels, we're going to talk about Drake May. MLB draft's a little bit different, and this draft specifically is a little bit different because Eli Willits could be the number 1 pick. I'm not even going to talk about him this week. It is very, very wide open in terms of who's going to go where. But for the first guy this week, I'm going to talk a college bat, Oregon State shortstop by the name of Aiva Arquette. So he's 6'5", 220. The frame jumps out immediately. Yeah. And by the way, he started up here in the Pacific Northwest of Washington. So Pacific Northwest guy, has some ties. I say what jumps out about him, first and foremost, again, when you take the size and then you take the 19 bombs that he just mashed at Oregon State in this past year, that jumps out. You have a shortstop who's going to have the potential to hit 20, 25 home runs a year in the big leagues. That jumps out. He hits the ball extremely hard. He can hit it with the exit velocities up to 113 miles an hour. Now that'll come down a little bit in pro ball because you go from metal to wood. But I would say, okay, first off, if we're just gonna go off the jump here, you're talking about a big shortstop that has the potential to hit for power, and that jumps out at a number 3 pick, right? Defensively, nothing is flashy, but they think he'll stick at the position. So I don't think Aiva Arquette's gonna play Gold Glove level type shortstop defense the way somebody like Carlos Correa might, who, by the way, same size as Aiva Arquette. But you look at a good shortstop who will handle the position, who can also have the power potential to be a 20 home run guy. Now, where does some of the downsides come in? Look, there's a little bit of swing and miss in his profile. That is something that he's going to have to clean up as he gets further and further into his pro career. He's not a big strikeout guy, but there is just simple swing and miss. It's not a lack of approach. It's just putting bat to ball. So there's a little bit of swing and miss in Arquette's game that is going to be something to watch for as he moves his way through minor league baseball.
Just so I know, as you go through these 5, are you finishing on Friday with the guy you think is the best one for them at number 3?
Are you going to be in Friday, Brock?
Yes.
I'll save the number 1 guy for Friday because I think it's somebody.
So you like this guy, but this is not your number 1.
No, and I'll save the guy for Friday that, again, I would probably put at number 1, and it's probably the guy Brock will want to talk about too.
And what about the guy you think they will pick, or do you have no idea on that one?
Honestly, it could be any of these 5.
Yeah.
When I say it's wide open, it's wide open.
Is he a legitimate number 3 pick, or is he a guy that you take at number 3, pay him below slot, and then try to use that money elsewhere?
You could pay him a little bit below slot, maybe, but I don't think any of these 5 guys you're really looking at is somebody you can underslot. If you take any of these 5 guys at number 3, it's probably the Mariners saying, this is our guy. Now, the other side of the Arquette conversation I'd have here is, in a different draft, would he be the number 3 pick? I don't know. This draft is a little bit Scattershot. Yeah, like I don't want to use the word weak because, again, you try to project that years out in advance and then a class ends up being really good. But for example, in
it's
2020,
not top heavy though.
Yeah, in 2023, when you saw Dylan Cruz go high and you saw Wyatt Langford go high, like those guys were significantly better college bats than what Aiva Arquette was when he was in college. So Dylan Cruz, for example, like they do WRC plus in college. Dylan Cruz's final year when he was drafted number 2 overall had a 182 WRC plus. Arquette's 153, which is still really good, don't get me wrong, but there is a 30% jump between Cruz and somebody like Arquette.
How old is he?
21, so he's a normal junior.
You know what's kind of crazy is, so you'd be talking about another, I mean, he fits the profile, right? Large, power hitting, shortstop. I mean, that's what Colt Emerson is. That's what Ty Pete supposedly was and Johnny Farmelo was when they drafted him. Obviously, those guys have now moved to the outfield. Like, that's what Felnine Celestine is. He's 2 years older than Colt Emerson.
Right.
So if you want to think he would just be the next guy along. No, he's 2 years older than Colt Emerson is now.
Mm-hmm. And
how athletic can he run?
A little bit. His speed is not going to be what makes or breaks his game. It's not a huge part of his game.
I got to tell you, just listening to you, I haven't watched him play, and I like the idea of Oregon State guys. I think it's a really good program. Those guys make the pros. Like that, to me, is a feather in his cap. Mm-hmm. It sounds like you're describing a third baseman.
They think he'll stick it short, but yes, he could absolutely move to third. Again, he's 6'5". There's always the risk or potential to move to third base when you're that size and, just have that build to you.
Colt Emerson's 6 foot, and there were questions about whether or not he could stick it short when he first. Now, he's been tremendous there, but there were questions there. He's 6 foot 195.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's a lot bigger.
Now, I'll say this about his offensive profile. There's always the question of hitting in Seattle, hitting at T-Mobile Park. Aiva Arquette, when he was at Washington, put up a 900 OPS. And again, I know it's a little bit different between metal bat and wood bat, but at Husky Ballpark, you don't have a third deck blocking some of the wind and the way the stadium's built. It is 100 feet from that fence to the water. Still put up a 900 OPS. So,
pretty cool.
See.
All right, great job, Lyle.
All right,
awesome.
There's the first guy.
Tremendous.
Aiva Arquette.
Nice start.
That was
to the
excellent.
week, Lyle.
I like that.
It's almost as if you've been doing these profiles on the old Marine layer with you and TJ. I like it.
206 says, is Cal using a metal bat? Yeah, he might be. Maybe that's been the secret this year. It's not a torpedo bat. It's an actual metal bat that Cal's using. That's why the ball's going so far every time.
In the MLB draft, just to let everybody know, it's not like the NFL draft that we spend all this time and weeks and months, and we all kind of know the date. MLB draft is what day? Next week?
Sunday.
It's Sunday. 6 days away.
It leads into the All-Star
home run derby and all the rest of it. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, and the number 3 pick, they kind of lucked into this number 3 pick. It's not like they had the third worst record, but they lucked into this number 3 overall pick, and it's awesome. I mean, it's a really cool opportunity for them to add to what they've got. 619 says, does it make a difference that they have so many top prospects already shortstop? No. Not to me. I don't think you can draft enough shortstops. And it's like centers in hockey, probably more than, I think that's the best comp, because you can always take a center and play him on the wing, and you can always take a shortstop and move him to second, third, outfield, whatever. Like, if you're athletic enough to play short, you can go play somewhere else. So
yeah, most of the best athletes in high school all play shortstop.
Right. And even coming through college, college shortstop, whatever. Like, if you cannot have too many shortstops. When they drafted the 3 guys in the first round a couple of years ago, that was the question. 3 guys, they all profile as a shortstop? Farmelo's playing center. Ty Pete's playing, left field now? They're not shortstops. Colt Emerson's a shortstop, and the other guys are not shortstops anymore. And that
I do wonder, too, and it's probably a no as far as, the impact this has on maybe whom you trade.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Would you, if one of these pitchers, and I know that's probably going to be the Friday deal, that's almost fringe major league ready, college pitcher is available.
Yeah.
Does that play a role in maybe your willingness to make a deal?
Maybe with Logan Evans or with somebody else.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It could. The timing of the draft is very interesting.
Yes,
remember, you cannot trade a player within the first year after they're drafted, but you can trade them as a player to be named later and then complete the deal later. All right. Great job, Lyle. We'll be doing that all week long at 9 o'clock. We'll do it again tomorrow. Adnan Virk going to talk some more baseball with us on what's been basically a full baseball day coming up in 20 after everything you need to know next.
If you haven't subscribed to Seattle Sports on YouTube,
it's amazing. We just got to keep hammering it home.
You're missing part of the game.
The rest is history.
There's so much more than what happens on the field.
This is the place I love.
Subscribe now for in-depth inside information with Brock and Salk.
The Mariners' hit rate was way higher than that.
Bump and Stacy.
Cal's like a coach out there.
Wyman and Bob.
One day, breaking that record would be pretty cool.
Stream it live with the local sports leader on YouTube, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details, on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
When the heat's an 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Some AC you'll be loving.
When your house is an oven.
Dayandnight.net.
Northwest summers are beautiful, but there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't sweat through another summer. Have Day and Night keep your house cool and comfortable by installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
When the summer is cooking,
we're the place to be looking.
Dayandnight.net.
Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Dayandnight.net.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain and and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, Brock, when you have starting pitching like the Mariners do and like they've been going here for the last week or two, you get a shot to win every game. And how many times did we say just give you average offense? They didn't have average offense this weekend. I mean, they scored 1 run in 2 of the 3 games, but their pitching was just that unbelievably good. 3 starts in a row where no one allowed a run. The bullpen didn't either. That's been a major difference from last year. The bullpen's just been flat out better, and because of it, the Mariners end up sweeping aside the Pirates. Just a tremendous weekend for the entire team. It ended like this.
The stretch and the 1-1 to Pham. Swinging a ground ball to short. JP has it on a hop. Fires the first. It's over. The Mariners, their 3rd consecutive shutout win. They beat the Pirates 1-0. The Mariners with 3 consecutive shutout victories. The first time they have done that in the history of the franchise. Munoz with his 21st save of the year. Nails it down to 1-2-3, top of the 9th.
I think that's incredible. The Pirates are a really good matchup for them. They are. Yep. Right, we've seen good and bad matchups, probably more with this team than any I can remember in baseball. Usually that's a football conversation or basketball conversation. The Mariners have teams that they match up against much better than others, and it was just, I mean, this was the perfect weekend for them against a really bad hitting Pittsburgh team.
Yeah, kudos to the pitching staff. I mean, that's really difficult to do. I think on the other side, the Pirates did it in St. Louis before they came here, and then they're on the other side of it when they came here. From our pitching staff, and what a turn of events. But our guys just executed pitches. That's what they did, and to a man.
Think of it, and you said this at the start of the show in the first Need to Know. Think of it as well. Yeah, these were 3 unprecedented, truly unprecedented, never been done before in franchise history to go back-to-back-to-back shutouts. But think of the turn through the rotation. Mm-hmm. Once you DFA'd Emerson Hancock, Logan Gilbert gave up 1 run in 4 2/3. Logan Evans gave up 0 runs in 5 2/3. And then these 3 boys just came and put zeros and zeros and zeros.
That's pretty incredible, isn't it?
Your 5 gave up 1 run.
Yeah.
That is why in power rankings, that is why when Passon joins us tomorrow, that is why you will hear national voices say, and I'm sure Adnan Virk here in like 10 minutes, hey, man, just add another bat or 2, maybe 1 more leverage arm in that bullpen, and these Mariners, when healthy, and their front line's going, and that is even
again
without
why people
Bryce
were frustrated in the offseason. Like, the same was true then. Like, just add a bat to this offense, and they really could do something fun. A 5-2 homestand, and somehow gain no ground over the red-hot Houston Astros. Deficit still 7 in the West, but they remain in the 3rd wildcard spot. Very difficult road trip ahead. Pretty good test for them, finishing off the first half in the Bronx and Detroit.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, we got All-Stars. Brian Wu, Andres Munoz, Julio Rodriguez, all going to be joining Cal Raleigh in Atlanta for all of those All-Star festivities. 3rd time for Julio, 2nd in a row for Munoz. And the rookie, Brian Wu. Well, the rookie All-Star anyway. He's not a rookie player. But 4 All-Stars, most for the franchise since 18, and the first time ever they've had 4 guys under the age of 28, which, again, a testament to kind of where this organization is going. Just to come back to the pitching staff, that's now 4 of your 5 starting pitchers that are all-stars.
Yeah.
And Logan Gilbert wasn't named one this year. Castillo not this year, but that's 4 all-stars.
That's pretty cool. Be who you say you want to be. You say you want to be a draft and develop team, then draft and develop really well. And you've done that. And obviously, Julio was an international signing, but you can put him in that same bucket. He was yours from the very beginning. And you took that project on and you developed these guys. And you took Cal Raleigh on and you took Brian Wu on. And you traded for Andres Munoz when he was an incredibly young player. And you've developed those guys. I mean, it was telling, looking at the list yesterday the Mariners sent out of all of their All-Stars through all of their decades, Salk. And this one just it resonates because these are yours. These are your guys. These are not older players that you have traded for. It's not guys on their last wheels. This is a young team with some young studs, and 4 of them will be in Atlanta next week.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I like this conversation from Bert Breer and Connor Orr on the MMQB podcast, and kind of going through the Seahawks and what to like about them. And I like that Breer is kind of looking at them a little differently than maybe we have been or some others have been nationally.
Like, I love some of their frontline guys. Like, I think Witherspoon is a stud. JSN, capably became their number 1 receiver last year. Charles Cross is the best left tackle in football that no one talks about. So I like their core. I like their balance. I like their depth. Like, I think that they're, again, if those 4 positions, the interior, offensive line, and quarterback, are taken care of, it can be like a 10-win team.
I mean, 10-win team last year, weren't they?
Just about every year, aren't they?
I mean, like, they were 10-win team last year, and those 2 positions weren't taken care of. So, I don't know. I don't know what to think of this team yet. I'm going to have to wait and see what training camp looks like in preseason and all that. But if you're looking for a reason to believe in the Seahawks, that balance and depth is a good one. And then Connor Orr added this one.
You're likely going to face a rookie quarterback in week 3 with the Saints. You're likely going to face a year 2 quarterback in Jaden Daniels right after your bye. You're going to face Cam Ward in week 12. You're going to face J.J. McCarthy in week 13. You're going to face Michael Penix in week 14. And you may face like Anthony Richardson, let's say, in week 15. In those games, you need to completely dress your opponent down, and you need to win those games, because that's why Mike McDonald was hired. He was hired with the promise that this defense would be nasty, it would be amoebic, and it would go toe-to-toe with some of the best offenses in the NFL.
Amoebic.
Yeah. Amoebic. Like an amoeba. Yeah. Of or relating to an amoeba.
I appreciate that.
That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here. Actually, it's kind of interesting, right? I mean, like, a lot of those players are good, so it's not like, hey, they're playing Jaden Daniels, this should be easy. But I do think it's an interesting way of looking at a lot of young quarterbacks in their first or second year, and that is, that is the expectation
for you.
Yeah.
And in year 2 with the continuity you all have, in year 2 with very high football IQ guys, a linebacker, and it's safety where you can really dress things up, and probably the most amoeba-like positions to do those things with is that group at the 2nd and 3rd level. So, I think there's a lot to that. And yet, last week, Salky, when you were out, your buddy Matt Miller put together the first mock draft. And you know where the old Seahawks were picking?
8th.
Number 10. One of the 10 worst teams.
People are not buying this Seahawks team from a national perspective. All right, the Mariners are just 6 games away from the All-Star break. I'm still not sure we have a firm grasp on who they are from day to day, but we'll try to figure it out with our buddy Adnan Virk from MLB Network next on Brock and Salk.
This summer, the All-Star Fantastic Four.
Holy smokes!
Andres.
99 crackles over the corner.
Ryan
Wu has retired 13 Yankees in a row. Julio Rodriguez dives and he makes the catch.
And Cal.
Number 34 for the big dumper.
Congratulations to the Mariners All-Star 4. And be sure to listen to the 2025 All-Star Game next Tuesday.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. Got some good news from family-owned business, local here in Western Washington. You know who I'm talking about. I'm talking Riverside Roofing, because once again, they've earned the prestigious GAF Master Elite President's Club. So that means they're in the 99.9th percentile of all roofers in the nation. Incredible. Truly the cream of the crop. Proudly from Marysville, serving homeowners here all over Western Washington. They really are the roofing company you can trust. Good news for you as a homeowner? Yeah, because it means you're hiring the best of the best, right? Company receiving high marks in performance, reliability, service. One thing, you got to make sure your yard and driveway is completely clean from debris after the job is finished. They will do that with their catch-all system. And they got an elite warranty to match. Highly reviewed, highly recommended. Riverside Roofing, your go-to local roofing contractor. Book them now for a summer project and get that roof done fast. You know I recommend them. Go to riversideroofingllc.com and know they're the roofing company you can trust.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Upgrade your view and comfort with Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Buy one window or door, get the second at 50% off through July, and enjoy 12 months same as cash financing. For details, visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Sometimes even heroes need rescuing.
I'm a retired firefighter, 27 years.
Kurt had severe pain in his knees and his shoulder, which was keeping him from enjoying his well-deserved retirement.
Loved to ski, loved to fish, and couldn't even walk 18 holes.
That's why Kurt decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
He was just awesome. He goes, yeah, give me a shot. And he took care of me. He stemmed my knee and my shoulder.
And how are you feeling now?
I was pain-free in 12 weeks. I play golf now pain-free, and it's awesome.
So you'd recommend this treatment to others in your situation?
Absolutely. Yeah, Dr. Wagner's, he's had a couple people call me, and I recommended that they do it.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Adnan Virk going to join us here in just a moment or two. Friend from MLB Network and,
Way back. Friend from way back.
I know. Yeah. Adnan's the best. He and I used to get to do a ton of ESPN radio things together, which was always great. He's just a good dude.
We did
man.
some college football stuff
True.
when he was at ESPN and I was at ESPN, and he is one of those rare guys. He's a little bit like Charles Davis in this way, just one of those guys that just constantly has joy, right? Just like almost a perma smile. Doesn't matter what he's doing at ESPN, WWF, MLB Network now, just whatever and wherever he is, he's just one of those force multipliers that he just loves what he does. And right now he's getting a chance to do that on the baseball end of things. You had a look in last week, Salk. It was pretty fun when you were out. We had a piece of sound when the national guys and Adnan and crew were watching and doing a show at MLB Network, and they do those little look-ins, and they looked in at a Cal Raleigh at bat, and there's a Cal Raleigh home run. Like, okay, yep, that's just kind of what this guy does. Don't want to miss any of his at bats. They're all must see. As you know, Gary Hill said to us last week, whatever you're doing, whatever is in your day, whatever your routine is of listening and watching baseball, it is back to the Ken Griffey Jr. days. You did not miss the kids at bats, and you should not miss a Cal Raleigh at bat these days.
No, you got to make sure you're tuned in for that every time. He is in a league of his own right now, that's for sure. And it does have that like Mark McGwire 98, Sammy Sosa 98 feel where it's like, oh my God, I tuned in and he did it. He hit another home run. Pretty cool for everybody who's been at the ballpark. And I keep hearing from friends who are like, yeah, I was there. I saw Cal hit 2. I was there. Cal hit 1. I was there. Cal hit 2. Pretty cool. And the one he hit Friday? The first one? That is
almost out of the stadium.
That is a legitimate full-on cannon shot.
That's a Mark McGwire shot.
Yeah, it was just one of those truly incredible balls that you're like, oh my God, I can't believe a guy can hit the ball that far. So, that's kind of where we're at with Cal. We're going to talk to Adnan here in just a minute. Jeff Passan tomorrow. Sounds like a little early. I think Jeff Passan may join us at 7:30. Tomorrow. He's got some family stuff, so we're moving some things around with him, and we'll plan to talk to Jeff a little bit early tomorrow. And then next week, Brock, All-Star Week,
Yep.
I think I've got a little plan. So it's kind of just me. Yeah, Mora's gone, Lyle's gone, you're gone. So it's just me.
I'll be back most of the week.
All right. Well, you're out for a couple days, and everyone's out for like a couple days. So I think I got a plan to do a bunch of roundtables. If I think I got this right, and I got to talk to some people, we'll do a little Mariner roundtable, a little Seahawk roundtable, maybe a youth sports roundtable once you get back. Got a couple people in mind that I think might be fun. And I just, as we continue to go through, college football in there.
Maybe
should be kind of fun.
Roundtable.
Should be pretty cool. All right. Adnan Virk joining us now on video. Oh, my God. Look how pretty he is on video. What's up, man? How are you?
Mike, always a pleasure, man. Great to catch up with you. We just need little Luis Cornetta, Dan Stanzik, Adam Klug, and of course the great Brock here. I just need Galloway and Palmer and Cannell with me to talk a little college football. Great to see you all. Video link, I love it. Seattle Sports going digital. Let's go, Brock.
That's why we're now named Seattle Sports. We took the whole name. Everything is about our digital. So hopefully you're watching Adnan either on our app or on YouTube. Give me the basic sense of this season. I was talking a couple hours ago. And it's not just a Mariner thing. Like, I'm having a really hard time figuring out who anybody is over the course of this season, because the moment you feel like you got a beat on all but 4 or 5 teams, they change like the next week.
Yeah, it's been, first off, a really good year for baseball. And somebody asked me why that is, and I go, well, it's pretty easy. When the Yankees and the Mets and the Dodgers and the Cubs are all doing really good, that's a good sign for the sport. Throwing in a little Giants and Padres. Unfortunately, the Red Sox have not been amongst that mix. But, yeah, listen, I think first and foremost, we all know with the pitch clock how that's helped games. They certainly become shorter. Although I will quibble, having taken my kids to Yankee Stadium and battling traffic, I don't like showing up, top 3. And also it's a 2.5-hour game. I like extra innings once in a while, right? Just please for the prices I'm paying. But overall, Mike, I think what's happened is that the big market teams are really, really good, and that's been good for baseball. But to your point, who's the dominant team? The best team right now is the Detroit Tigers. I'm not saying they're a small market team. They've loved baseball in 125 years of Tigers baseball. They're on pace to win 105 games. They've never done that ever before. So Detroit might be the best team in baseball. The Dodgers, even with all their starting pitcher injuries, still have the best record in the National League. They're a little better than the Phillies, a little bit better than the Cubs. Mets in that mix as well. But I think that's what's making this year so exciting, is that there is no clear-cut favorite, even those who thought the Dodgers would win 120 games or something ridiculous at the start of the year.
And through the national optics, who are our beloved Seattle Mariners?
Well, it's a great question, Brock. for years, at least nationally at MLB Network, you'd look at the Mariners and go, oh, my God, they just had a little bit of offense, right? The pitching staff is so great. And that's why this start was so surprising and perhaps an aberration. I hope not. But the hitting was really carrying them. They go, oh, my God, Polanco's having this great year. What a star he's been. Arena's hitting home runs. Julio Rodriguez, and, of course, Cal Raleigh has not stopped being an MVP contender along with Aaron Judge. He's going to smash Salvi Perez's record for home runs by a catcher in a single season, which is 48. And Cal might challenge 60 home runs. I know we're a ways to get there, but it's been a remarkable first half. And as I tell people with Cal Raleigh, what I look at specifically is the batting average. And I know nobody cares about batting average, and nor do I. It's on-base percentage, it's OPS, it's slugging percentage. But I will point this out. Cal Raleigh, if you said to me at the start of the year, Brock, who is he? I go, he hits 220, 30 homers, and he's really good defensively. He's hitting 276. Like, if a guy who's hitting 276 then started hitting 336, you'd go, that's a demonstrable improvement. So to Cal Raleigh's credit, it's not just the home runs he's hitting more. He's hitting at a better clip, and he's striking out less and walking more, and he's still great defensively, etc. But here's what's the quandary about the Mariners, is that in the past, as I said, all pitch, no hit. So this year you go, well, Gilbert was out, Kirby was out. Woo, tremendous. So happy he made the All-Star team. The guys had a great year. What's so funny about the Seattle rotations, you say to yourself, well, who's the best guy? A couple of years ago, it was Castillo's the ace. Then last year, we always have Ryan Roland-Smith, by the way, coming to MLB Network, does a great job in Seattle Mariners games. He says to me, no, Gilbert's the best guy in the staff. I go, really? He goes, well, who do you like? I go, I love Kirby. He goes, why? I go, strikeout to walk ratio. That guy's awesome. I go, he just pours it in there. That's why I teach my Little League kids. Just throw strikes, buddy. I don't care what happens. If they hit it, they hit it. And then Kirby, of course, has been roughed up this year, hurt to start the year. Yesterday was unbelievable. He outpitches Paul Skeens. So, unfortunately, it's gone back to Brock, what we see in the past, which is now the Mariners can pitch. Do they have enough offense? They win 1-0 yesterday. Thankfully, Arena went deep. But, God, I wish they could go and get some bats, man. I look at this offense, and even with Julio Rodriguez being an all-star, even with Raleigh having a storybook season, Polanco, by the way, has gone from really starting out so strong to then slumping again. They don't have enough depth in their lineup. It feels like to me, and I hate to say it, I want to see Seattle make the World Series and win a World Series. It still feels like the Astros win that division. Here's the good news. There's only 6 teams above 500 in the American League. It's a bad league. Mariners will get that last wild card spot.
Well, they're sure in it right now, and I want to come back to like 5 different things you just said, and we'll come back to the Unfortunately, Adnan doesn't have enough energy this morning. It's sad. Poor guy, just it's hard for him to get up in the morning, and he doesn't.
I felt a hard out coming. I go, I'm just going to go 5 minutes till they stop me.
Dude, we got forever, man. We got all kinds of time with you. Let's start with Cal. Are people, as you talk to so many people in and around the league and the folks at, a national organization like MLB Network, are people starting to understand just how good Cal is?
Yeah, and I think it's the overall game, Mike. Because I said the home runs can play. And, of course, it's important. Trust me, that's eye-popping. The guy's got 33 home runs. If he hits 60 home runs by catcher, that's bananas.
35.
But as Roland...
35.
Excuse me. I showed him a couple.
He hit 2 more just while you were talking. Don't worry about it.
Exactly. But, it's not just the home runs. As I said, the average. Let's talk about the defense. So I said, look at pitch framing, which might be soon an extinct art. As you know, ABS is going to be coming at some point, automated balls and strikes. So who cares how well a guy can pitch frame? Well, for now, he's among the better pitch framers. He calls a great game. You can have a great staff like Seattle's had for years, but the catcher is an important part of that as well. He's got a good throwing arm. He blocks the ball well. So on all levels, he is a complete overall player. And Anthony Recker, who's a former catcher, made the point to me. He goes, I don't know how Raleigh's not the MVP. I said, what are you talking about? Aaron Judge has an OPS over 1,200. He's going to win his 3rd MVP. He goes, but look at what Raleigh's doing on that team. Where's his support staff? And I said, well, it's not like Goldschmidt and Bellinger. Those guys are MVPs. They're former MVPs. They're not what they once were. He goes, I'm telling you, Cal Raleigh is more valuable to his team than Aaron Judge is to the New York Yankees. Raleigh should win MVP. Catcher, by the way, look at what a position that is, the toll that takes. Even if you're DHing here and there, he's primarily a catcher. He goes, if he can keep this up, if he hits 60 home runs, for God's sakes, as a catcher, and the Mariners can make the 3rd wild card spot, he goes, that guy should be an MVP.
And doing it not
really
in a Mickey Mouse ballpark like Yankee Stadium, where Judge gets to put the ball over a short porch. Cal has to do it in the worst hitting park in all of the league. Yeah, and you know how many total days off he's had this year? 2.
I'm going to guess, I was supposed to say 5.
2.
Single digits for sure. That's crazy.
2 days off as a primary catcher. It's unbelievable.
I'm glad you mentioned the ballpark, Mike. I met Jerry DiPolo last year at the winter meetings, and I said to him, it must be such a challenge for you to sign hitters. Like, Seattle is a gorgeous place to visit, and it's a great pitcher's park, but offense. He goes, well, I'll tell you this. He goes, in the summer, the ball does travel. And I go, come on. And he's like, no. He goes, listen, look at the numbers. He goes, April, May, no question about it. It's a challenge. But he goes, June, July, August, the ball travels well. So I am going to be looking at the numbers this year, Mike. Let's see how the Mariners' offense improves this summer. See if Jerry's onto something.
What is the most common refrain from your peers and not just your catcher peers at MLB Network, the guys that have all played the game, that have grinded. Is there a common refrain about Cal that you hear from so many of your different analysts?
Well, I think there's one aspect to it, which is that he's endlessly charismatic, Brock. And, it's funny. You say, well, why is that? And I go, well, first off, a nickname like Big Dumper certainly helps. and a bobblehead in which you're squatting is something no one's going to turn down. But I think he seems like he's got that lunch pail demeanor about him, that work ethic. And I think that's something that former players certainly appreciate. Those guys, Brock, just like yourself, they can spot a prima donna a while away and go, hey, that guy's a great player. I'll take his talent on my team, but I wouldn't necessarily want him as a teammate. With Cal Raleigh, they go, he possesses both the tangibles and the intangibles. And by the way, on a very cost-friendly contract. Again, props to Seattle. They signed him at a very affordable deal right now. So Cal's making it look like a steal. And I don't want to project too far ahead, but again, if he goes at this pace, like he could be one of the great all-time hitting catchers, right? Piazza, most home runs. Ben Chag's the greatest catcher of all time. But Raleigh could be, if he projects at this rate, to be that guy. And I think ultimately, Brock, they look at not only who he is, but the level of improvement he's shown this year.
Yeah,
pretty impressive.
That authenticity is pretty legit. When you're around him, even just a little, it jumps out to you. He does not carry himself like a star or any of that. He just kind of a normal dude who happens to be really, really good at playing baseball. You mentioned adding a bat, talking to Adnan Virk from MLB Network. You mentioned adding a bat. The challenge is, where do you find one, more because of how many sellers there will actually be. So let's play buyer seller. I got 4 teams on the bubble. Which of these teams do you think will sell? Arizona, Baltimore, Boston, Atlanta.
You nailed it, Mike. I was about to say the problem is nobody sells anymore because the good news is the wild card. More teams are in it. The bad news is those teams you mentioned, one of them is going to be 6 games under 500. And it's going to be the Orioles. And they'll be like, well, only 5 games on that third wild card spot. And I go, dude, your team's not good. If you're not 500 by July 31st, sell, get some assets. But all these teams, they delude themselves into thinking, well, we're just one 7-game winning streak away from being that third wild card spot. And so all of them should sell, quite frankly. Baltimore should absolutely sell. I'll go with them first because you're going to be last place in the AL East, and you're not turning things around anytime soon. You thought for years you'd be a dominant powerhouse after stinking up the joint, and guess what? You didn't focus on enough pitching. Gunnar Henderson's a stud. Jackson Holiday much better in his second season, but you never developed pitching, with the exception of Rodriguez. And obviously Corbin Burns was lost. You don't re-sign Santander. Like, they've got some problems because the Rays and Jays aren't going anywhere, and the Yankees are the Yankees. And your Red Sox are the best farm system in baseball, so they're going to be back at some point eventually. So Orioles, yes. Arizona absolutely should sell. You're not going to catch the Dodgers, Giants, or Padres. You're not going to get every playoff team from the NL West, aside from the Rockies, making it. So they should trade Eugenio Suarez to the Seattle Mariners. Say, give me one of those pitchers. Give me George Kirby. Go ahead. Give me one of those guys. Because Suarez right now is top 3 in RBIs and in home runs. You're not going to get Kirby. I saw you make a face.
Yeah,
my point is you're going to get
not
something.
for 2 months of Gino, I'll tell you that much.
No, but Suarez is one of those guys. Like if somebody would trade for him, again, he's going to give you power. He'll give you something to love. Josh Naylor, Mississauga, Ontario, love him. He should be available. They should trade Zach Allen. He's going to be a free agent. But I don't think any of those teams sell. That's the problem. We're going to be looking at literally Sandy Alcantara and like the Pirates trading Bailey Falter. I'm concerned.
Any chance the Braves? We've been talking for whatever reason because Joel Sherman brought up the idea of the Braves trading Acuna, and I don't see any world in which that happens. But he put out the Braves should do an Acuna, like a Soto style deal with the Mariners for half the Mariners. They got a lot of good prospects in this system, and try. I don't see that happening. But there's also Matt Olson there. I mean, there's a few guys in Atlanta. Any chance they break up that nucleus?
No. I think Alex Anthopoulos has made it clear that he's not going to trade Chris Sale, first of all. But as far as those guys, I'm glad you bring it up, Mike, because it's definitely a topic worthy of conversation. Dan O'Dowd, former executive of the Rockies, was saying to me, at some point Atlanta has to say to themselves, they thought once Acuna and Strider came back, they'd be off and running. It has not happened. You're not going to catch the Phillies or the Mets. And quite frankly, their offense is middling. And it's been like this for like a year plus. So eventually you have to say to yourself, Olson's a really good player. Made the All-Star team. I like him a lot. But he's not as good as Freddie Freeman. Probably should have just kept Freddie. Austin Riley's an okay player. He's not great. Again, he's like a 102 OPS plus. He's all right, but I thought he would have been better. Murphy, a real disappointment. Ozzie Albies has like a 620 OPS. It's been terrible. So they really should do something in Atlanta, but I don't think Alex will pull the trigger. I think he's going to say to himself, well, it's just a disappointing season. These are still good players. I wouldn't trade Acuna personally. I love him. I think he's a great, great player. But to Joel's point, Atlanta's not going anywhere, and he would fetch a massive return. There's no question about it. But no, I don't think Atlanta parts with some guys that they should.
How's life How you doing, man? This is so seriously, this is so fun. Like, it's fun to talk baseball, and the Mariners are relevant. We got one of the game's great young stars. Now, all eyes will be on Cal Raleigh, but like, we all go way back. Like, you and Salky were hosting like overnight shows, and we were doing college
it was not
football.
overnight. How dare you?
Oh, I'm sorry, midday shows.
Doug Gottlieb show, yeah.
Come on now. Come on now.
Oh, fine. Well, Salky was hosting overnights, and then he worked his way up.
Adnan didn't have to do that stuff. He was like a big deal anchor.
I'm endlessly indebted to Mike Salk. My wife just said to me, she goes, who are you talking to? I said, Mike Salk. You won't remember him. I said, but we used to do radio together at ESPN. And I said, he's a great guy, and he was so invaluable to my career. She goes, with the radio? I go, no. With the fact he introduced me to Nick Khan.
Right.
And I said, Nick Khan changed my life. So I said, Mike Salk asked me for anything. Nick Khan, for those who don't know, is a legendary broadcasting agent. And Mike said, you should talk to this guy. And I go, Mike, I'm a pretty loyal guy. I got this agent, Mark Turner. He got me to ESPN. He goes, just have a conversation with Nick. Within 30 seconds, I realized that I should sign with Nick Khan immediately. Nick Khan is now the WWE president, by the way, and was a big reason why I got to be the voice of Monday Night Raw for 7 ill-fated weeks. Not Nick's fault, my fault, but I'm always indebted to Mike that he introduced me to Nick.
Why didn't that work? What happened there? I was so excited for you. You and I have had like those things where we've made mistakes. I went to Boston for a year, total disaster. Why? And a lot of it was my fault. Why did that not work? What happened?
So it's interesting. By the way, I have a book coming out. It's called Cinephile. It's available August 26th.
Nice.
It features all my best interviews from my book. So Robert De Niro, Margot Robbie, Mahershala Ali, Barry Jenkins, Mark Wahlberg.
Hold on. Wait, before you get to, we were having a debate today. We got to get you involved in this. Yeah. Better actor. This came up. Ben Affleck.
Tom Cruise. I hope it's not Tom Cruise.
Ben Affleck.
Yeah, I like him.
Or Samuel L. Jackson.
Samuel L. Jackson.
So the argument against that was Samuel L. Jackson's never really carried a good movie. Never really. He's not a lead actor.
Right. Pulp Fiction is best performance, but everyone's great in it. It's not like he's carrying the movie.
Right.
Travolta's great. Uma Thurman's great. They're all really good.
What movie is
Jungle Fever, he's great. But he writes not a lead role. It's a supporting role.
He's not a lead actor. You might have to say it's Ben Affleck.
Affleck can carry a movie, but Sam Jackson giving you more diversity. He's been like in 103 movies.
True.
And Sam Jackson coming in 20 minutes, he'll make a bad movie good. I don't think Affleck can rescue a bad movie.
That's
I think
true.
Sam Jackson could rescue a bad movie.
Well, that's a good argument. All right. So why didn't it work? Why didn't it work for WWE?
Hey, so why'd you stink at wrestling? But the reason I'm mentioning the book is I said I wrote a chapter about the WWE experience, and my editor, Mango Publishing, great people out of Miami, they said, hey, the book's really good. It talks about your passion about movies, how much you love Scorsese, Pacino, De Niro, Giamatti, all your guys, great interviews. They go, but what's with the WWE chapter? I go, real simple. I got to sell books. You guys did not give me a cash advance, and if I tell people I'm going to tell stories about WWE and Vince McMahon, people will buy that book. And they go, but it doesn't really fit with the books. They go, tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to post the link later today. You're going to post it in Seattle Sports.
Sure.
And people who buy the book, who pre-order, will get the exclusive chapter on my WWE experience.
Oh.
So I'm not going to duck the question, Mike. I'll answer it momentarily. But if you want the full WWE stories, I've got 20 pages, which you'll love,
that's
in
awesome.
my book coming out August 26th.
So cool.
Short answer to you. They said to me, because everything's under hush-hush, right? Can't tell anybody with it. I think I told like 5 people. Like Nick was like, you can't tell anybody. None of your kids. I go, all right, fine. Mom, dad, wife. He goes, that's it. Maybe your brother. I go, my brother, that's okay. 4 people. So nobody knows about this. I'm at WrestleMania. I'm being whisked away backstage. There was no training done. So the first time I ever called a WWE match was the night after WrestleMania. So imagine Brock Heward, who's a really smart guy, but he's calling an NFL game, and he's never called an NFL game. He's called college football. He knows football, of course. He's an NFL player, but he's never called it. He's never had Eric Shanks in his ear yelling at him while he's doing the game. So maybe would have a little prepped him would have helped. Now, WWE's kind of a sink or swim kind of place. Brock's a professional, just like Adnan Virk is. He'll figure it out. He's a good broadcaster. That was the theory. Didn't work out.
Didn't work out that way.
We need a little AAA in life, okay? Now, in fairness to them, again, it was during COVID. I have a full-time job, MLB Network. I couldn't just leave my job for 2 weeks and just have Vince McMahon train me again. So I think there's one answer. Either they should have trained me for a week or 2, let me get up to speed and go, okay, I think you're not bad. Work on this. Do more of this. Ready to go. Game to, or, because maybe that's unrealistic, or longer leash. Right? Say, hey, he's going to kind of suck at first. Got to give this guy 3 months. Right? Jason Witten, test, Monday Night Football. Just give him the year. If he's not good, we'll change him. Instead, they went 7 weeks. Knockout punch. Should have given me 3 months. Come on.
Are you really a play? I mean, like you're such an opinionist that it's hard, and a host. Yeah. It's hard for me to think of you as like a play-by-play guy. It's kind of a different skill.
Another great point, Mike. I think first off, I think that's the other reason I failed. Nailed it. One would be the lack of experience doing WWE. Two would be the lack of play-by-play experience. Have never called wrestling at any level, unlike our buddy Adam Amin, who did a great job college wrestling for years.
Yes.
I've called maybe 5 boxing fights in my life, 20 baseball games, never called hockey, never called football. I've CFL, a couple CFL games on the radio. So to your point, not a play-by-play guy by heart. Tough to make a studio guy into a play-by-play guy in this feverish, intense environment with Vince K. McMahon all over me in my ear.
Hey, last minute or so here, we have not gotten to Julio. Julio makes the All-Star team. Big conversation here, big conversation nationally. Just your thoughts on Julio. Is he an All-Star and is it legit?
It raised me by surprise, Brock. Every year they're going to go, hey, the first thing is, it's like the Oscars, right? Hey, who's the snubs? How did Soto not make it? How did Springer not make it? How is Jazz Chisholm on this team, huh? Who's the most anonymous All-Stars? This is one of my favorite one, because even I go, Randy Rodriguez of the Giants, 0.69 ERA. Didn't realize he was on that good a year. Julio, I'm a little surprised, Mike, Brock. I looked at it and I go, okay. Raleigh definitely stands out. He's obviously a superstar. Somebody else has to supplement them. I'm so happy Wu made it. Munoz has 21 saves, absolutely deserving. I guess if I take a closer look at it, maybe I'll talk myself into Julio being an All-Star. What's amusing to me is he's notoriously, as you guys know, a first-half slow starter. So to me, I'm like, for him to make the All-Star team, he must have really turned it around. I just watched Yonder Alonso on MLB Network. I think he was saying Julio leads in hits and runs scored. So I guess if you're leading a playoff team in those categories, that's notable. But I was a little surprised.
Yeah, I think to make the argument, you would need to think of a few things. Yes, he does lead in hits and in runs scored. His defense has been beyond superb. He is an unbelievable defender and is running. He's not the player he was supposed to be, at least so far this year, but he's been a different player that's also good, just in a very different way. I also think it's fair to consider that, A, he is a star. He's a name, and that matters and carries some weight in the All-Star game. And also, this is maybe crazy, but I look at what he did in the second half of last year as being relevant to this year's All-Star game. I think that every year about everyone. I think you look at the last year, and what you do in August and September should matter towards your ability to be an All-Star, not what you do in the first 3 months of the year. Who cares about that? Do what you do in the second half of the year.
Yeah, it was Harold Reynolds has said for years we should have a first-half All-Star and a second-half All-Star. He's like, there are guys who end up being 5-time All-Stars, and you go, but they weren't that good. They were just great in the first half. And similarly, Francisco Lindor, this is the first time he has made the All-Star team as a Met. I'm not saying he's been there for 10 years, but he's been there for a few years now. And last year, he was second in MVP voting. You go, wait, he didn't make the All-Star team? I'm like, no, he did not. So Frankie Lindor finally makes it as a starting shortstop for the New York Mets. It just goes that the system is a little bit quirky. So you're right. By that logic, Julio overall, is he one of the game's top 50 players? Yeah, he should be an All-Star.
All right. Adnan, we got to go. We know you got to go. Thanks for spending some extra time with us. The book comes out when?
August 26th, Amazon. I'll post the link later. I'll give you the link, Mike.
Awesome.
You put it up in Seattle Sports.
Done and done. Done and done. You're the best. Good to talk to you, buddy.
You guys are the best, too. Great to see you.
All right, there you go. There's Adnan Virk, and you can watch that later if you missed it on YouTube or anywhere else. Man, he just walks right away as soon as it ends. Just see you later. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to walk away as well, turn things over to Bump and Stacy. I did a good deed yesterday.
What?
Yeah. Stacy's been talking about getting a dog, and I introduced her to a bunch of greyhounds. Because I think she kind of wants a greyhound. Yeah.
Greyhounds?
Yeah, greyhounds are awesome, man. They're really
keep
sweet.
Up with a greyhound?
Well, they mostly lie around. They don't do anything. When they're not sprinting, they just lie there. They're like part of the furniture.
I go Great Dane for Stacy.
No, I don't say that. I don't think she can control one. All right, we got to get out of here. But we will be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Stick around for Bump and Stacy next. Guess where the hay is, Brock? See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
This summer, the Mariners take over Atlanta with the All-Star Fantastic Four.
Holy smokes!
Andres.
99 crackles over the corner.
Ryan
Wu has retired 13 Yankees in a row. Julio Rodriguez dives and he makes the catch.
And Cal.
Number 34 for the big number.
Congratulations to the Mariners All-Star 4. From the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7, 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
Dayandnight.net.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
Dayandnight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit
Dayandnight.net.
I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go.
dayandnight.net.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners swept the Pirates over the weekend. More than that, they had 3 straight shutout wins over Pittsburgh. It's the first time in franchise history the club has pitched 3 straight shutouts. Off day today, extra innings coming your way at 7 p.m. on Seattle Sports with the latest Mariners news and a preview for their next series. Then it's on to New York.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. A sweep of the Pirates and some great All-Star news. That's leading off your week for the Mariners. It's an off day today. Curtis Rogers hosting extra innings coming your way at 7 p.m. That'll include, I'm assuming, Curtis, a series preview for this upcoming one that begins tomorrow against the Yankees. Before we get to that, Bump, reacting to what we saw over the weekend, I'll start with amazing pitching. It was nice to see that.
It was nice to see Wu do his thing. I think it was more encouraging to see Castillo look like the guy that we know and love. We felt like I'm almost getting spoiled with Wu's performances, man. Every time he's out there, you know he's gonna give at least 6 innings. He's gonna have command, be in control. But I think it was important to see Castillo. He's been so up and down this year. It was nice to see him go out there, give you 7 good innings, sit down 8, and just have the command and the velocity that we're used to seeing. So yeah, it wasn't pretty. You know, you got a 1-2-1-0 games or something like that, and then and a bigger, a wider gap in the wins. But it was all about just doing what you're supposed to do. You split the series against the Royals. We were hoping that you get that 3-1, but you walk out of this thing 5-2 homestand, and I think that was a number I kept hearing on this show and on other shows as well.
Like
look,
what would be a successful?
Yeah, just win 5 out of these things, you'll be good. But yeah, big ups to Luis Castillo. Nice to see the old man look like a young man out there.
Wu also looking amazing. His 7th strikeout Friday.
Called freeze him. That was wicked, right on the edge. Crazy movement right on the corner as Brian Wu punches out his 7th hitter as McCutchen goes down. That's a 1-2-3 inning for Wu. He has been brilliant in the sunshine here in Seattle.
So, again, Brian Wu, he's kind of been like a stalwart of consistency for a rotation that's been pretty banged up. And speaking of that starting rotation being hurt, I think that was another reason it was so great to see this brand of baseball this weekend. I know that somewhere out there, I haven't looked at the text line yet, Bump, but I know that somewhere out there someone is complaining about the lack of offense they saw from this club, to which I would say, I'm okay with that. Paul Skeens is really good at baseball. I know not a lot of people realize that, but the Royals also a pretty good pitching club. Like, you've faced some really solid pitchers over this stretch. And, yeah, you didn't, get the best offense you'd ever seen, but you saw Cal make history. You saw Randy go yard again. And more importantly, you got a series win, and you kind of won in the way that Houston has. Like, your identity is pitching. What you want to do well is pitching. You won games that way. It's okay that you didn't put up 5, 6, 7 runs a game. We already know that they're kind of capable of doing that. It's wildly inconsistent. But overall, they've been a better offense than Houston. Houston's pitching has been nails. And for the first time in a while, it felt like your pitching was consistently nails.
Yeah, you look good. This is the Mariners. We're going to win a game 6-0. They're going to come in and win a couple 1-0. As long as you got the W and you got some good performances, right? You mentioned Randy looking great. It's kind of like I'm shifting my thought process and putting Randy as that number 2 guy for the time being, the guy that I expect to support Cal at this moment. I know it's supposed to be Julio. Big ups Julio making the All-Star game. I'm sure you guys have some thoughts about that, and we'll have some thoughts about that as well. But you have to take it for what it is. I was listening to the Brock and Salk show, and I think it was, I want to say it was Passon that was on the show, and they played a clip of his, and it made complete sense. They said when you evaluate Julio Rodriguez, you got to go 7 days at a time, because for 7 days, the bat will be hot, the slugging will be down, but he'll be getting on base. For the next 7 days, defensively, he's going to be awesome, but now he's not getting on base. So that's the way I'm starting to evaluate Julio, and seeing Randy step up in the moments and do his thing has been encouraging, because you need someone to do that along with Cal. But you just got the wins. Beggars can't be choosers, man. Mariners are not a dominant type of team. They dominate in an area, which is pitching, right? But when it comes to the bats, that's just not what they do. So, yeah, you would love to see a 4-0, 3, 4, 5 run score, but and you got the sweep. You did what you're supposed to do. Check the box. Now let's go to the East Coast.
Yeah, scored quite a few runs on Friday, thanks in part to Cal Raleigh making history.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit high, hit deep, left field. Has he done it again? It is into the bullpen. Cal Raleigh has done it again. Number 35 on the season. He ties Ken Griffey Jr. with the most ever before the All-Star break in Seattle Mariners history. Cal Raleigh is a sensation.
I was making fun of myself because on my notes from earlier this week, I had written Cal Raleigh a bit of a slump, ? And then I looked at that series against the Royals and I was like, oh,